the cloud. Yeah, share my screen and open my workflow, which is located over here. Okay, so to recap on what we've done in the past 3 days. Wow, 3 days, that's cool. We started the workflow with capturing a service request details in a form. We then decide whether this form information should be routed to a technical manager for approval or not, based on a value of a checkbox. This is done by this high priority check. The technical manager is then approving or reviewing the service request, and based on his or her decision, we decide if we move the workflow forward in 2 possible ways. One is, if it is rejected or if it is not approved, then the workflow will end using this end activity. And if it is approved, then it is reviewed by 2 other teams, local purchasing and the accounts review. Once both teams confirm that they have reviewed it, this information is aggregated by an AND activity, and then the workflow proceeds. Any questions about the logic so far?
Yes, Gil, thank you. So is there any way to show the pop-up like whenever I'm submitting the data is going to successfully, so successfully in the label actually, I think like something. So can I show the model pop-up like where OK and cancel button, or we can perform any action? And is there any topic for the CSS or JavaScript is going to cover in the training, or
well, we will do some, we will add some built-in or already created JavaScripts
okay.
for the validation and for other parts of the workflow. Let me just confirm if we need any. Let's see where we are. We are here. Okay, we are in the AND activity. For the allocation of the task, we will use stored procedure here. Notify technician will use just a message, and for billing the customer, no, I think the first time we will meet some scripting will be like in a few minutes when we use custom validators.
Okay.
But there are other exercises in the training. I hope that we will reach them on day 5. If not, you will have it. You can go over it by yourselves from the guide.
Sure.
But there you will be exposed to some scripting. It's a good question, because I said at the beginning of the training that this is mostly low coding architecture and development, but there are some places where it is needed. Some of this is done in the forums, because not all of the properties, and I will display it in a second. If you're asking about it, then I will cover it a bit. For example, when we want to fine-tune or do some advanced relationships between let's say between a pair of controls in the system. For example, that the value which will be displayed in a certain control depends on what you've selected in the previous one. Like, for example, if I select a country from a list, then I will automatically get the relevant list of cities for that specific country. So when we talk about dependencies between controls, if you look here, I went to my UX Studio. This is my service request details form. downstairs here, I have a long list of client-side events. Okay, so what to do in case client blur, for example, if I wrote something in the control and then I moved my my cursor out of it, meaning that it has something inside. On client selected, there's a whole bunch of client-side events that might happen, and next to each of these events, I'm expected to, I'm not, but the system is expected to execute a certain function. And this function is written with pieces of code. So we have some wizards to help us build it, and we will see that later on when we talk about adding codes. But there is work to do here. I mean, there are functions to create here. So some coding will be required, but we will see how to build it. And luckily, you have around you in the office, you have some subject matter experts and technical leads who can guide you through that and show you samples and examples of codes from existing projects and so on. So it's not completely code-free, but this is not, you know, it's not sitting all day and writing codes. Okay, so let's see what we have on the plate for today. We are over here in exercise 13, input validations. I would like to finish with a few more validation examples to cover all the options. And then we will finalize the workflow with exercises 14, 15, and 16. So we will have the workflow working from start point to end point. So we have 3 or 4 more activities to create here. So let's get started. Yesterday, we finished with the, I think with the regex validator, which was added to the email control. It was confirming that the email was inserted in a certain, according to a certain structure. And the structure is determined by this validation expression. Okay, so whatever I insert to the control in runtime is compared to the required expression, and if it passes, then fine. If not, then I will show a message, which means that what I'm typing is not of email structure. Okay, next in line, if I can proceed and there's no questions, I see that we have a full class. That's good. Next in line is the compare validator. And in the compare validator, I look at the value of a certain control and I compare it to the value of another control in my system. And I create a certain condition between them or relationship between them. And if it passes, fine. If not, then the system will shout. This has to be, the compare validator is working between controls of the same type. And this is why we've added here the due date control. So it will pair with the previously date control. What I want to confirm is that the due date is, let's call it larger, greater, yeah. It will be greater than the date which I've added. Logically speaking, I'm entering a date for when I receive this service request, and the due date, of course, should be greater because I need to allow some time for the system, for the users here behind the scenes to take care of this request. So let's see how we do it. First of all, I want to confirm you're all with me and your UX Studio is opened on your service request details form.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so I will place the compare validator next to the due date. So I will place my cursor in the row next to the due date control, and I will drop a compare validator. Now let's start configuring this new control from top to bottom. It is always, well, it's not always, but it has the same structure of configuration. So first of all, the ID, instead of compare validator, let's call it CV, short for compared validator, and then the name, sorry, of the control, due date. So I have my ID in place. The message here under the appearance part of the properties, instead of compare validator, let's put here must be greater than 8. And now I have here, remember we usually had one value here under behavior, which was asking us what do we want to validate. So we also have it here, but we want to have a benchmark. We want to compare it to something. So the control to compare is the DTP date, and the control to validate is the DTP due date. Okay, so this is the relationship. I'm looking at the value of the date control, and I'm, according to this value of the date, I'm validating the due date. Is it okay up to now? Are you with me?
Yeah, Gil.
Okay, so I will proceed scrolling down. The important factor here is the operator. So I want the operator to be greater than, and I want the type to be of type date. And I will save it. So the changes I made here to the properties of the validator is the ID, the error message. I've added the control to compare, which is the date control, and control to validate is the due date control. It is looking to compare it based on greater than operator, and the type is date. Now let's put it to the test. I will launch a process lab. I used one yesterday, so there's no need to create another one. I wrote down my process ID. I think this is the one.
Hi, Gil.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not able to see the operator sign here.
Are you highlighting the proper control? Let's see what you are facing.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay, found it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So back in the, where am I? Over here. So service request details. Put my name here and a certain department, and this is from the East region. Okay, now I cannot write anything I want here. So I'll type it according to the structure. Now I'm putting the date of today. If I put the same date, I get an error message. If I try to put a day which is smaller then it won't work, which means I need to push further in time. And now the comparison is okay. The validation is okay, so there's no need to pop up a message. So by these values, I'm implementing the validator. The due date is indeed greater than the date. And there you have it, a compare validator. I'll give you a minute or two to run it yourself and make sure that it is working. Give me a note that we can proceed.
Yeah, it's working.
Yes.
Yes, it's working. Please go ahead.
Okay, so the next in line is the custom validator. And custom validator from the name itself, this is something which is not usually covered by any of these four built-in validators, which means it will work with JavaScript functions. And it means that there is some kind of code behind it, which wasn't incorporated in these built-in validators. To keep it simple, we will write the code for, which one was it? For the range validator. Range validator was on the service cost. Okay, so we're going to remove this built-in range validator, and then we're going to plug in a code which resembles the behavior of the range validator, and make sure that it works accordingly. So first thing to do, I want to get rid of this range validator, which we already know how to configure it. So I will be removing it. And now I will do as follows. I will save my form. And I will, next to service cost, I will plug in a custom validator. Okay, and now I have it next to service cost. Let's give it a proper ID. That will be custom service cost. And then I will put the same error message, which was mass value should be between 1 and 1,000. So far, we are doing the same thing. The control to validate is txtn service cost. And now we need to decide, what do we put here? So what is the client validation function? What is this custom validator? What is it executing in case there is something in the service cost? Okay, so that will be the relationship here. This function evaluates what is written in the service cost control and decides what to do. So now let's go to the interesting part, which is the function itself. So the function will be placed inside the source. I will save these 3 changes, and I am now looking at the source of the form. Let me know that you are in the same location as I am, and you have that configuration for the custom validator. And in the meantime, I will look for the code. The code, custom validator example. That's nice. Just in front of you. Okay. So I'm copying the code which we want to plant inside the source of the form. Control C that. Everyone can see the chat, right? So this is sent to everyone. And I have it in the chat. Can I proceed here?
Yes.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so I planted the, I've copied the code to the chat, and now I'm going to paste it in the source itself. The rule of thumb is simply put it under the first line here, which has controls in colors and symbols. So let's give it a little space. And I will put it over here. Okay, so this is how the piece of code looks like. Let me know that you have it inside. If you pasted all of the content, including the script, of course.
It's like a JavaScript validation.
Yeah, it is. Simply
Yeah.
is. We are not, well, we invented something here, but most of the building blocks behind the scenes are the same, using the same language. Now let's see if it opens. No, it opens. I'll put my cursor here. Yeah, okay, so that's nice.
Actually, I want to mention one thing here. Like you have your ID is txt service cost, but maybe someone else can add the different ID. So just according to your ID.
Well, that's
Like-
that's the main thing to verify here, and that's a good observation. Did all of you copy the code from including the script opening and closing? If you copied it properly, you will have it in hard to see, but there are different different colors here for the values inside. If not, then it will all be black, and you won't be able to save because the code logic is not complete. If you did copy it properly, then this is what this function will do. This function, which is called validate cost, looks at a variable which is called x. The variable which is called x is being populated with the with whatever is inside a control with this ID, txtn service cost. So the first thing to make sure is that the name of your control is the same, and if not, place the updated name here. Now, the best way to do it, well, you can look at you can look for it. You could look at it from here, but I will go here to the design. I will stand on the relevant control, and I see that the ID is txtn service cost. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to copy this ID. I think it's the same, but be on the safe side. Sometimes you, wait, I did a Control C instead. Control C, and then Control V. Nothing changes here, but maybe you wrote it without capital letters. Maybe you wrote another or a different word. So the main thing to confirm here is that you have the same ID as in the real form. And once there's value in this variable x, there is an if activity here. If the value is greater than 1000 or it is less than 1, then this is the result is false. which means I have an issue and I need to pop up the validation. Else the result is true and all is good and I can proceed, which means that the value that I entered is in my borders. Okay, I'm not much of a scripting person, but this is quite straightforward. And the next thing to do is simply test it. Not quite. What is missing in my configuration of the validator?
Like you have not mentioned the function to which it will validate.
Exactly. Here in the behavior properties, I have the client validation function. I will stand over here and I will copy the name of the function, which is validate cost from the script itself. Control C, Control V. Okay, and now this custom validator knows what to activate when it comes to doing something. So now I can save it. Save. Cool. And then I will go and refresh my process lab. And let's see if it does the job. This is 5,000 is not good. 0 is not good, but 23 is okay. So we are in the range. Make sense? Well, it makes sense. It's not right here. Working or not, this is what I have to ask.
What is validate cost which you entered in the text box inside the
working.
Validate cost which you put it in.
The name of the function should be placed.
Okay.
Over here under the client validation function attribute under behavior properties. Okay, let me know that it is working for you as well, and if not, we'll debug it together. I will take that as an okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So while we are in the source, there are two areas here, two locations here. So whatever is in this frame of scripts and all the rest of the form, or all the rest of the components of the form, and now I can show more options of the insert snippets. Okay, so if I stand here outside the script area, I will get code samples which are related to the HTML, to the layout of the form. Okay, so I can add another table or a section of the table, add for a table footer and so on. So this is for the layout, for the structure. If I stand anywhere inside the script area, then the insert snippets will change, and it will show me some how to create functions for in JavaScript for various controls. Okay, so this list of let's say shortcuts for various functions. These were gathered by from the experience of previous tech leads and subject matter expert and people who have more experience with Cora sequence. And these are functions that answer common requests inside the forms. For example, how to get the value of a checkbox, how to set the value of a checkbox. A lot of functions here about a combo box, how to enable, disable, many sets here, how to set the combo box invisible. For example, let's take one of the examples here. If I click on OK, it simply gives us the content or the text needed to create that function. Okay, of course, stating this code should be used inside the function. So we need to create the function and call it with the relevant name, but inside, this is the syntax for setting a certain control. Of course, I need to put the right control ID here, setting it visible. Okay, so the scenario might be that a certain control is hidden until I fill one control maybe above it. Okay, so if I'm filling out like the service request form, if I have a section, is this a VIP customer? If I click on yes, then another option will be opened, for example. I will remove this sample. So feel free to roam this insert snippet area. Okay, there's lots of goodies here, which will make your life easier and shorten the creation time of forms and relationship in between controls in the form. Okay, so that's the insert snippets area.
Is there any option to put a debug pointer inside the source code, inside the function of JavaScript?
Any option
Like when we are, when we are running in a process lab, can we see what values are coming inside the code? Can we debug like that way in this tool?
That will be, let's close this one. That will be, if I remember, F12. Open that. Yeah, this is what the developers are using. I press the F12 option here, and this is like an online debugger to see what's going on. I haven't used it much, but this is what I saw developers using for debugging. Remember, the process lab is good only after a certain activity has been completed and you moved on. So something has been created and the information has been written to the relevant tables. Then I can go and read what was written there with the process lab. Of course, if I expected something to be written to a certain table and I see it wasn't written, then that could be an indication for a problem with, let's say, binding of a control to a field or something like that. But process lab will show you what's going on, let's say, well, above the hood and a little bit behind the scenes, but the debugger will show you what was really going behind the scenes. Okay, so let's look at what we have here right now. So we have quite a few validators here. Okay, we have the required field validators here. We have range covered by a custom validator. We have a compare validator. We have a regex validator. When I well, it's not so visible for the current form, but if I have a very large and long form and I fill it out and I scroll down, and actually this is a good example. Let's see it in action. Let's say I filled out the form and I forgot to fill in something, and I click on submit. No, this is not a good example. Let's do it like this. I have the department, I have the email here. Okay, and I scroll down. Let's do it from scratch, so you see the scenario. Okay, so I'm filling it over here, and this, and I think I'm okay here. I filled everything I need. This is 24. This is, oh no, there's a validator here as well. Service cost 500, and I'm filling out another laptop. Of laptops request. Insert. Okay, and I'm trying to submit it, but even now, you see, I'm clicking on submit, and it won't allow me because somewhere here upstairs I forgot to put my name. Okay, so now if I put my name, I will also be able to insert, and I will also be able to submit. So in order to avoid such a situation where a user is filling out the form and then clicking on submit and don't understand why is it not progressing, only to find himself scrolling up and down looking for the missing control, we have a simple solution for that, which is called the validation summary. Okay, so this is the last validation here out of the box. How do I add it to my form? I add it to the body of the form. So I select any of the rows, and in my bottom menu here, I highlight the body of the form. You see there is a frame around the actual body of the form, and once the body is highlighted, I click on validation summary, and I make sure that it is added underneath the body, just underneath the body. I will save it. I will refresh my form. And now if I fill in the form, fill in the form, and I try to click on submit, I get the existing controls which is missing right in front of me. So don't forget your name. Okay, I will enter my name. I click submit. Okay, something is still missing. Email is required. Okay, fine. Let's put the email. And now basically all my validations have been confirmed. So now I can click submit and move forward. Of course, the workflow completed because I didn't select high priority, but that's another. That's the
which validator is added in body?
Once the body is selected,
Yeah.
click on the validation summary.
Okay.
Okay, so let me know that it is working properly and you've tested it in process lab and it has the
Yes,
same
it's working.
behavior. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that's that answers most of the requests coming from customers in terms of what they want to see and what they don't
Gil,
want to see.
actually, it's not working. Can I share my screen?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. As I put the validation summary below the body.
Can you scroll up? Let's see what, remove it from your configuration, and let's see the validations working without it. Let's confirm
Okay.
that.
In process lab.
Yeah, reload the page.
It's working in process lab.
How do you see that? Okay, so they are, you have individual validations over there. Okay, now if you go back, let's see
Yeah,
what
it's
let's see if
US.
the body
Okay.
is selected. Okay, if you click on validation summary right now, it's added here. Save the form.
Yeah, I think I forgot to save the form. That's maybe
Okay,
the
let's
reason.
confirm that. Okay, now let's reload your process lab page. Now simply click on, if it's working, then click on submit. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah.
There it is. So you have three
Thank you.
controls which needs to be validated. Okay, so that's a save issue. That's fine. Okay, the last thing I want to show here related to, I need to open a new process lab. Now, some of these controls have more than one validator. So if I click on submit here, I see that email is required. And if I click a wrong email, not according to the structure, then I get the invalid email structure here. But I don't like this gap here, okay? Because it's jumping from one validation to the other. So the way to overcome this is by going to each of these, any control that you might have two validations on it. I have only one example here, but any of these controls, I will go to the display attribute, which is under the appearance part of the specific control property. And under display, I will change the display mode from static to dynamic. And I will go to his friend over here, and I will change the display from static to dynamic. I will save it. And now when I run the form, so if I click submit, I have the email required. Okay, so I'll type an email, but this is invalid. Okay, so I will remove it. And I always get the validation next to the control, which is nicer. I think you will all agree with this is a proper way of looking at stuff on a form for the user side. Okay, so that's what I had to say for now on validations. Any questions from your side? Okay, so that is, yeah, let's see, we covered all 6 of them, including summary. We know how to move between them. Okay, that's fine. If there's no questions, then I will conclude this topic, and let's take, this is now What time is it? This is now 12:50, right?
Yeah, Gil.
12:49 even. Let's call it 12:50. Let's take a 10-minute break, and when we return, we will start building the third and last container of our workflow, step by step. Okay? So let me pause the recording, and we're back in 10 minutes. Resume, and let's take a look at what which screen are you seeing? Not sure.
Your workflow screen.
Okay. So, where were we? This is we finished with the validations. Don't forget you have everything inside the guide. Okay, so everything we've done is covered in this exercise 13, input validation. So what do I want to do now? Let's move to the actual fulfillment of this service request. So we have a container which contains the elements related to the actual service request itself. We have a container which is in charge of all the activities around reviewing that service request. And now let's create a container that will, let's call it service fulfillment or service execution. And these are the moving parts which will be covered here. After all the approvals and the reviews, it reaches the technical manager again. It could be a different technical manager than the one who was in charge of approving the request. This technical manager needs to allocate a technician or an employee to actually perform their requested item based on the content, of course. Could be a hardware, someone from the hardware department or the software department, or someone from support, depending on what we have inside the request. Once the technical manager selected the person, and this will be based on a list of employees where he will be choosing one of them using a combo box, but this time we will feed the combo box from a different source. Then I want to send a message to that specific technician about the job he needs to perform. And then I want to send the customer the information, letting him know that the request is under treatment, is being taken care of, and so on. And this will be done with a mini workflow that we will call and plant information inside. So we will be using information which we gathered in the main workflow, and we will be calling a sub workflow over here, which will include a message and a new activity, which is called an email activity, quite a straightforward activity, which simply sends an email to a certain recipient. So we have some new components here to introduce. So we have a combo box with a new source of data. We have the message activity, and we have a subflow with another message activity and an email activity. So there's a lot of stuff to add here. So let's start with the construction. Let's copy this swim lane, Control C and Control V that. Let's plug it downstairs.
Gil, I have a question.
Yeah.
Like we have made the changes in our service request form.
Mhm.
and we have made the read-only view form as
Right.
well.
Right.
So, and we have used it in the other forms as well.
As
Now our
as a subview, right?
yeah. But as we change the service request form, so we need to change in the other forms as well.
Excellent questions, of course, of course. So we are talking about the delta that we have between the view, the read-only view of this form, which contains only 4 or 5 controls, and we don't have the region, and we don't have due date and service cost. So if we want to keep the workflow aligned, and we want all the other users here, all the other players here to see all the information, I want to make sure that my read-only view looks the same as the current default view. So 2 ways of doing this. If we added like 1 or 2 fields, like in our case, I would go to the I would go here and I will add them as read only. Okay, let's see what is missing. Name, region, email. So we have the department missing, we have the service cost missing, and we have the due date missing, right? So I wonder what is quicker. Let's see. Let's think about the changes. How many changes do we need to make? If I create another view, I will need to go to the other forms in my workflow where I have a subview which is connected in the virtual path to that view, and I will need to change the path for each and every activity here. Because remember, the information from the service request form is visible in the service request approval, but it is also visible in the reviews task. So that will require changes along the workflow. I think the easiest way would be to go here to my read-only view. I have the department above the name, for example. Let's see. Yes, so department is above the name. So I will stand on my read-only view. Everyone is here? And do you understand the problem here, the challenge that we currently have? The issue is that the active form has more controls now than the read-only representation of it, and we want to keep it synchronized. So I'll do it with 1 control. So I want to place the department between name and region. So I will simply add a row. I will stand and I highlight one of these rows. I highlight the region row, okay? Make sure that you have it highlighted here. And then we already know this activity. Let's add a row above. Let's put a label here. Call it department LBL department. Okay, and now I have two options here. Easiest one is to put a combo box like this. Let's see if that will work. Put a combo box here. Call it CBO department and bind it to the department. Okay, I don't need to enable automatic load on demand because I'm not showing anything here, but I will make this combo box. I will remove the enable the same way I've done for the high priority control, if you remember. I will save it. Saving it, yeah. Okay, and now let's put it to the test. Okay, so let's put my daughter's name here, and this is support, and region is South, and email is something like this, and the date, and another date, and service cost is 700, and this is check read only view. Click on high priority and I click on submit. And I have my department here, which is looking like a combo box, but you see it doesn't have any functionality. Even if I fetch it, it is in read-only mode. And if I go here to the service request details, yeah, it shows the same values simply in read-only mode. Okay, so is this procedure clear?
Gil,
Yes,
you just deselected the enable.
I deselected, yes.
Okay.
Now, an alternative way to doing that, let me just remember this, if I can quickly show it. That's the functions here. Let's see. Training materials, fundamentals, to use. Let's see, various activities. Let's see. You. Maybe. Text box and this one. There's another way which doesn't require to add the control, but simply to add a label and plant inside the label whatever is written in a different control or in another control. Let me put a note for that. I want to find that during the break. And okay, find the how to paste it in read-only mode. There's a nicer way, quicker way to do it. It is nicer because then you have labels here. It means you don't have a representation of a control. You have all of the, if I go to the source of the read-only, okay, you see that, for example, for the email control, I have a label here, which I had, like I have in the default view, but I also have another entity, which is basically a label. Okay, and it is showing the content of the email control. You see, this is the ID of the email control, but this is a different CSS class. Okay, this is a read-only representation. So I want to copy that or implement that in the activity that I've added, because I've added an actual control. Okay, I simply selected enabled as false. Okay, you have it all in the source. Okay, the source is not lying. Okay, so anything that I've changed here in the design is reflected in the source. There is a more elegant way to do it. I'll find it in the break, and then I'll show it. It's actually, it makes the life easier. Let's see if I can. Let's give it a try. Let's see if I can locate it quickly here. This is something to do with expressions. So that would be expression, maybe. No. Expression, this one. Sample supported. No, I will look for it. I know I have it somewhere. I will look for it and then I will share it with you. But as you can see, I only made the change here in the source of the subviews, and it has been reflected here in the actual subview without making any changes along the way. If I approve this and submit, you see it follows me along the way. So it basically shows you the advantage of using a subview. Okay, I only need to make a change in one place, and it is reflected along all the other form type activities which are using that subview. Okay, if I want to add the due date, it will be in the same way. If I add the service cost, it will be in the same way. Okay, makes sense?
Yes, Gil.
Cool. Okay, so
Hey, Gil,
yeah.
Is there any way, like this combo box which you put it here? Can I put this? Can I put a label and we can assign the value in the label through the variable which you take? I think you take yesterday. So can I do that?
Yes, yes. I can call. Yeah, it's also a way I can write the value of the department control into a variable, and then use that variable inside the label. So what you're saying is let's call the name here. So in the ID, I will point to not to the name control, but to an expression which is holding the variable. That's also doable, but there's a certain syntax here to place it, and I really want to find it. Now you're challenging me. Let's see. To share, create. Put it somewhere. Let's see over here, maybe training. No. Installation to use. Okay. So the credentials, acronyms, decision boxes, external naming convention. You have it. To share which we need. You have notes, troubleshooting, solution useful, various activities. Too much documents, and then you don't find what you want. Okay, we'll have it. We'll have it. Don't worry. We'll have it. Okay, it's a very easy expression, and you can plant it in a label type control and fly away. Okay, let's proceed with the topics here, unless you have other questions. Let's close this and go here. So I started by adding a swim lane here. Let's call it a request Execution. That's it. Request execution. This will be in a different color. Let's give it this green, yellowish type. Okay, change that. Let's do this. Okay. Now inside, first of all, I want to get rid of this link. I don't need it anymore because I want to put an additional container in between. Looking slow today. Okay, now you're good. And what do we put here? Most of these activities relates to sending information to people. So let's take this message container from the BPMN and wait for it to appear. There you are. This is a container. Let's place it nicely here. Now I can connect it properly. Hopefully, and this will be also a request execution. Control C that and Control V there, and that should do the job. Okay. Okay. So
Again, here,
yeah.
here, why you are taking 3 different types of controls for service request, reviews, and request execution?
Why am I sorry?
Yeah, 3 different type of controls, right? Those 3 are not same. The
Yeah,
reviews are taken from container.
I would say why not? If the container holds similar type of activities, then you can use it. This is not mandatory. I'm just using it the same thing to do with swim lanes and colors. This is only the graphical representation. If you want to keep it all with the same look and feel, then by all means, yeah, use this default container.
Okay.
There's no rules here. Okay, so now inside this container, let's expand it, of course. Okay, let's remove this link. Going slow today. Okay, so what do I want to plant inside? I want to have a task here, which I'm going to copy from an existing task in my system and make some small changes inside. I want to have a message activity to notify the technician, and I want to have a subview activity to notify the customer. So let's translate it into actual components. So the task I'm going to copy from an existing activity. So let's go to what do you want to copy? Let's copy, yeah, this one of these. Let's take account review. Control C that. Go back to my request execution container and Control V it. You will be placed here. Then I want to send a message to the employee, which I will be selecting here. So I'm going to drop a message activity. And last but not least, from the server side box of activities, let's take this nice one, sub workflow, which invokes a sub workflow from within the main workflow. That's a nice activity.
Gil, from where you can get this message?
From the message is taken from the human activity.
Okay.
And the subflow is taken from the server side list of activities. Okay, so this is the content of my third container. Make sure you have it as well. And let's start building it
Gil,
one by one.
please,
Yeah,
please tell me from where you take message one.
from the human activities.
Okay, and subflow from flow. Okay.
And the subflow from the server side. If you're not sure where a certain activity is located, then simply type the name of it, message, for example, and you can, from the search result, you can put it here. So this is the message container, this is the message activity, and this is a, I think also a container, not sure. Okay, so let's start. Can I proceed with the first activity?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that will be the account review. Let's change the name here, stand on the task and change the name from account review copy to allocate employee. So see that, and also change the alias. Okay, and once you have the name changed, let's go inside to the task, change the header inside as well. So change the text attribute to allocate employee. Let's change the sub header over here to please allocate the relevant employee for this service request. Please allocate the relevant employee for the service request. Okay, this is quite straightforward. The person will know what he needs to do here. Okay, you see here the department role, which I've added, also displayed here. I want to make a change here for the last row here. This is not the reviewed activity anymore. So I'm going to get rid of this radio button. And I'm going to change the label to select employee. And the ID will also change to select employee. Okay, now I have it changed, and I'm going to drop a combo box.
Hey, Gil,
Yeah,
this view copied from.
this task is copied from the accounts review task.
Account review task. Can you show
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, I went here to my reviews container, simply copied and paste.
Okay, okay,
this one.
okay, okay. Yeah. Got it.
Okay, so the next thing I want to do is simply change the ID of this new combo box. You know the drill, CBO, allocate. And I will save and wait for you to join me and let me know that we are on the same location.
Can you back your first step? Like just.
Okay, so after I copied the task, I changed the name and alias of the task.
Third one is message. Third one is message property, right? Yeah, this one. Third one.
I didn't touch it yet. I simply added a message activity here.
Okay.
Gil, where is the subflow control is there?
The subflow,
Yeah.
as I said, it's coming from the server side.
Okay.
This
Sub
box over here.
workflow.
Subflow, sub workflow. Yeah, it's called subflow, but it is sub workflow. Okay, so that was step one, putting the activities in the container. Now I'm in the form part of the allocate employee task. I changed the header here to read accordingly. I removed the radio button that I had here and I placed a combo box. And I have a new label here with new text, and I have a combo box with this ID, CBO allocate employee. Now, what I want to show for this user is the list of the users in my system. Basically, I want to show him all of these. I want to show him this list. Okay, so how do I reach this list, or where is this information stored? It is stored, of course, in the database. Let's see if I have it open. Yeah, I have it open. Let's remove the filters here. And inside I have a full list of tables. This is all the behind the scenes of the Cora sequence, various tables related to all the activities and so on. So everything which starts with DBO, database object, TBL, of course, table. Everything is organized in a table. Here are all the UACT tables. Yours are included over here. Remember, every form entity that we've created here came with a table in its data model. So we have all of it stored over here. And we have more tables, UTCMB, user table, combo box. Remember the lookup tables that we have in the system. And user workflow programs. So everything is here, of course. This is the database. That's the objectives of the database. One of these tables is called TBL employees. Let's find it. Where are you? There you are, TBL employees. And if I display it, here we are. Okay, this is me. Here are all the operators. So I can bring the information from the table. Okay, I can create a new table, and remember, we always use the create new table, and we created it from scratch. I can also connect to my database and hook to this table, which is not a recommended a process to be. It's always not recommended to access the database tables directly. Okay, you might accidentally change something or add something which you don't want to do to the database tables.
Hey, Gil.
Yeah.
You mean to say that for every flow or every task, we need to create a new table? It's a good question.
No,
right?
for every flow and task, there is a table created for you.
Yeah. No. I'm asking that we no need to use the existing table.
Use the
Existing table.
I want to use the content of the existing table, but I don't want to access the table itself. I don't want a direct connection between this database and my workflows.
Okay, we can use some of the part of that table, means some of the column or.
Yeah, but we need to grab information from this table, and for that we have another entity here, which is called the stored procedure. Okay, so stored procedures are part of this folder, programmability, stored procedures. And there are several built-in stored procedures which are part of the system and are being used like behind the scenes here for various activities. Some of them were created manually, and they are located at the bottom, of course. Why not? Under EU. Okay, so anything with the USP WFA, which stands for User Stored Procedure Workflow Activity, is basically a man-made stored procedure, which is following information from, is reading information from a certain table in the database. And you can imagine that this one over here, all employees, let's see what I can look. Yeah, let's script it to create let's put it here, new query. And this workflow, this is stored procedure. Someone trying to say something? You're breaking up. Okay, so this stored procedure selects from the from where is it selecting? Yeah, from TBL employees. It's selecting the employee name and last name. Can you mute yourself if you're not talking? Rama, can you please mute yourself? Okay, hope that did the job. So this stored procedure goes to this database. Of course, I'm here in this database, CoreLab02, to database object TBL employees, and fetches the first name and last name, displays it as employee name. It goes over the, it has a condition here to display only the employees which are active. Okay, so this field active equals 1. And if I think if I select this and click on execute, this is what I get. Okay, so this stored procedure displays the name, which is comprised of the employee name and last name, as one object called employee name and also the employee ID. So this is exactly the same information which I have over here in my TBL employees.
Hello, Gil.
Yeah.
According to you, every workflow has their own their table. Yeah.
Every activity and
Yeah,
every workflow. Yeah.
Yeah, every activity has their own table.
Right.
So whenever we use to create a transaction, they automatically insert into the table. But I need to change, like I need to perform some other task using the stored procedure. So can I make it possible?
Yeah. What do you want to change? I mean, what do you want to do?
I want to insert into some other tables also. Like we have a parent table, like activity has their own table, but I want to insert into the some other table also at the same time, like primary and parent to child table concept.
Yes, you can. I mean, you can decide that after you complete the form, you activate a stored procedure which may add the changes to it to another table.
But I don't want to use the same table. I want to insert from the SQL procedure only. Can I make it?
So, yeah, well, if you find, you need to locate the specific table you want to update.
Yeah.
And do that. But why do you want to update it in more than one location? I mean, what's the customer need here?
Like I have a two table, you know, like main table, parent table, and child table.
Okay.
At the same time, I want to insert in the parent table and child table. That's what the concept I want to try to put on.
Yeah, it's possible. You just need to make sure that you write the right item in the right column of the right table. But that's not Cora sequence specific. You need to find the right place to perform the stored procedure, or tell the stored procedure what to do exactly.
Yeah. Yes, I just want to know that. Exactly.
Yeah, it is possible.
Okay.
Okay. So I hope you understand the concept here. I have a form which I want to display table related information inside. I don't want to reach and directly connect to a table in my database. So I use like a middleman, and the middleman is this stored procedure who is basically showing this information offline. Okay, if I execute it, if I use it as a data source, it will, behind the scenes, it will perform this procedure. So it will always bring me the latest and updated information from that specific table, in our case, TBL employees. But then this information is like a copy of the actual table. So I don't have to fear that I will change anything, remove anything, add anything along the way. So you saw the resource here. Now the trick is to connect it to my form. Okay, so let's do that exactly. What are we type of time? Okay, that's good. I think we can finalize this activity, and then we can take. What time is now? Now is 13. Now it's
1:45.
1:45. Okay, so let's finalize this activity, and then we can break for lunch. And I will break for something else. Breakfast maybe. Okay, where are we? I don't want to show this. I want to show this, the UX Studio. Okay, so we covered this, and okay, so where do I go here? This data source base. is missing here. Okay, yeah, so let's go to the data model here. And if you remember, when we wanted to use a lookup table for the region or department, I think for the department control combo box, we used the lookup table. We had to add it to the data source here. So the same structure will be for the stored procedure. I can attach stored procedures and use them as the data source. It is done in the same method. I go to my data model, so go to your data model as well of the allocate employee form. By default, you'll have only one default view table inside. And I click on the add button and add a stored procedure. It gives me the possible stored procedure from my database. I will look for this person over here. USP WFA all employees. That's the name. Okay, so make sure that you've selected USP WFA all employees and let me know that I can proceed.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so let's simply click on next. The next window shows me the data fields of the stored procedure. I will move both of them to my query fields. So simply either double click or click on one of them and select the arrows over here. Okay, I will select my employee ID as the key of this query to increase the record process. And before I click on finish, I want to confirm you also have it in your configuration.
Gil, can you please click on the back? I just want to know you have clicked on selected the default database or connection step. Okay, default database. Then
Yeah. Then locate this one, USP WFA all employees. That's the name of the stored procedure.
okay.
And once you selected it, move both fields to the query field side and mark the employee ID as the key of this.
Gil, what
query
is the
or
mean
table.
of projected field here?
Of what?
Projected field. What is the mean here?
Suggested fields, where's that?
Projected. Name, then projected field.
In query fields, there is a header, projected
Co-
fields.
There is a
That side.
column, name, then projected field.
Existing fields, you're selected. Here
No,
you
no, no.
Projected.
You checked it. The name
Inside
column.
the table, second column.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
okay. You have the name and you have the projected field. Projected field is what the user will see.
Okay.
In this case, they are the same. I think we had the same issue with the, remember, department
Yeah.
yesterday with the lookup tables.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
these are like two entities here. Okay.
This projected field can be edited by ourselves.
Yeah, this you can access here and make a change if you need.
But we can't change the name, but I guess.
Well, the name, I'm allowed to change the name. I'm not allowed to change the projected field. Actually,
Okay.
I never used that, but I never changed it. I don't know why. Okay, if you're pleased with this, then simply click on finish. And it is added as a data source to your data model. Now we can use it as a source for our combo box. So let's do that. Let's go to the select employee combo box, click on the small arrow. And this is the same process as the lookup table, basically. So I select new field. Let's give it a nice name without the abbreviation. So this field is allocate employee. While we are here, please stand on the reviews field, which is a leftover from the radio button, and remove it from the table. So you are left with the 5 IDs and your new field right now. Of course, this is not expecting a string. It is expecting information from a list, data source based. And what type? So what is the source? Of course, the new stored procedure. And I click on next. What do I want to see? The display field will be the employee name. Okay, so confirm this is your screen under the define association for query.
Hey Gil, actually I'm facing error. It's not allowing me to select that.
Okay, so let me just stop here and let's see what you have.
In the data field, I select. Okay, I think I need to select that one. Yeah, and now.
Yeah, now can you save it? No, I think there's a wait. Did you add the store procedure to your data model?
Yeah, I add.
Okay, so let's go. Let's go to the data model itself. Something is missing here. Click on the default view. Yeah, stand on the default view. That's fine. Click on edit. Next. Remove this.
This one.
Yeah, remove it. X on that. Yeah. Okay, click on finish. And okay. And let's save the form and now do it again. No, we don't. That data model is fixed. Now let's bind it. Yeah. So it shows you in, okay, that's fine. Now click on new field. Okay, put it to list data source base. No, you need to define what is the source. So click on the 3 dots there next to the, in the type you have 3 dots there, yeah. Select your stored procedure. Click on next. And now you're here. Okay, so you are now in my location. Sharing this screen. Okay, so I selected the display field as the employee. This is what I want the user to see. And I'm all good here. So let's click on finish. Okay, this is the same behavior we saw with the lookup table. It shows us the 2 fields here inside the stored procedure. I will click OK. We might get an error here. Let's see if we get it. Or maybe they fixed it already. This field doesn't match. That's the same thing. I like that. Okay, so this is what you should get as the okay, deal with that in a second. So this is my combo box task. It is connected to the, this is the name of the stored procedure. This is the text that will be seen. The value is based on the employee ID. So this is the connection between them. And this is the name of the field which I'm binded to. Let's put enable automatic load on demand as well. Why not? Okay, so this is how your combo box task should look like. If anyone else has different view, then let me know.
Gil, can you click on the drop down, like data field drop down?
Data field. This one?
No, only the
Ah.
data field. Yeah. Let's say if I select the allocate employee name, then what will be the behavior?
So why do you want to do that? The name of the field is allocate employee. This is the content of the field these are the two columns inside.
Okay.
This is what I selected. So
okay.
why?
Hey, Gil,
Gil,
actually, my drop down is not as your. I think there is something missing in my drop
I
down.
guess so as well. Let's see.
No, it's fine now.
Yeah. Just enable the automatic load on demand. You have the checkbox there.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Enable
Okay.
automatic load on demand.
Enable automatic.
Yeah, that will
Okay.
be for quicker view.
Okay, thank you.
So don't forget to save the form. And now let's see, where are we? We need to make sure that let's make sure that this is working. But before we do that, so I'm done with the UX Studio part. Back in the task itself, I'm making sure that I'm highlighting the task, and I want to change some parts of the message. Remember, this is a copied task. The subject is okay. I want to see the name of the activity. No, please review. That's not needed. Yeah, let's change this one. Please review. Please allocate the relevant employee to take care of the following service requests. Please allocate the relevant employee to take care of the following service requests. I can leave these items inside. So that's fine. For the recipient, put yourself as the recipient of this task, okay? So let's remove, by yourself, I mean put your user ID, operator 1, 2, 3, and so on. So I will put myself from the list. And because it is a single user, I can use the default queue mode. And click OK. My message is ready. Okay, so we configured the form part by adding the combo box with which is attached to a stored procedure data source. And we made some changes to the message of the task by changing the content of the body and making yourself as the recipient of this of the message of the task. Last thing to do is test it in real time, so I won't forget to connect it like this. Okay, let's do a validation here. I don't know if it's shouting because of these activities. Yeah, okay. Message 1, the recipient field is required. You're right. So let's see if I can. I think I can run it in Process Lab anyway. Let's run a new Process Lab. Is everyone with me? Are you aligned with the configuration? Anyone having a problems with the configuration of the task?
No, Will, no problem. We are with you.
Okay, so Process Lab, let's make it a quick one. Hopefully, let's see. First thing is to fill out the form. And this is from the marketing department for West. And I have my email here. And I have a certain date up to here. And this is costing 780. And I need from allocation like this. This is high priority, goes here. This is the service request approval task, no worries. Yeah, of course, please approve it. So far, so good. I will fetch the account review task and say that I reviewed it. And I will fetch the local purchasing review task and say that I've done it. And now I am here in the allocate employee. Okay, this is my new task. It is assigned to me as the recipient, so there's no fetching to do. And in the select employee, I get the beautiful list of existing users, existing employees in my organization. And from here, the story continues by selecting one of the names here. And by clicking submit, I expect to send a message to that specific user. Okay, so this is how it should be working. I will select myself here. If I click submit, it won't proceed because, let's see what happens if I select submit. Your data was successfully submitted and it is, yeah, it is parked over here. Any questions?
Gil, actually, may I share my
Yeah,
screen?
Gil.
You can screen your share, but you can also share your screen, of course.
I am facing in Process Lab this types of error. Exception type.
And let's see the workflow. If you can stand on the workflow, where are you facing that? Click on the, yeah. Oh, all here. Okay, click on the service request. Okay, the namespace user cannot be resolved. Okay, there's a problem here with one of your, with the combo box. Okay. Okay, so how do we resolve that? Go to your data model of that specific, no, not this one, the one that you have a problem. That was with the service request details form. Remember what you saw in the process lab. The process lab got stuck in the service request details form. So we're looking for the problem there. So go back to your workflow and find, not here. Go
And
one
back.
step up to them. Yeah, look for the service request details form. This is where we have the issue.
Okay.
Click on the form. Now, if you go back to the UX Studio, no, to the process lab, let's see the error message again. No, don't open a new one. You have an existing running process lab, so use it. Yeah, UTC-MB, it ends with 1D1C2 at the end. Okay, so let's go back to the UX studio of the service request details. To the data model. Yeah, this is yours. Okay, so click on it and click on edit. No, highlight your, the problem is with the UTC-MB. Yeah, highlight this option, the UTC.
UTC.
Yeah. Click on edit. Click on edit again. Okay, this is yours. Okay, click on OK because sometimes we need to refresh the resource here. Click on OK. OK again. Okay, even again. And now go back to the process lab and refresh it. Reload the process lab. Yeah. Now let's see. There you have it. And let's see, why was that? We added a stored procedure to the data model somewhere in the workflow. I needed to refresh the screen. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, now it should run properly. If you run the workflow, it should reach all the way to your new task. You know what? Let's check it. Fill out the form with the necessary information. Did anyone else encounter that message? Okay, went to you for approval. Approve it. Yes, go to submit. Allocate is also coming to you. So mark the reviews and click submit. Okay, now navigate, scroll down in the tree. On the tree on the left, the activity tree on the left side. No, don't refresh. Scroll down. Yeah, click on your name here in the local purchasing. Yeah, and now go to the activity, double click on the local purchasing review.
A review.
Yeah, you see it is waiting there.
Yeah.
Okay, click on your name again on the tree on the left. Okay, now fetch it. You need to fetch it. There is a mixture here of queue modes I see, but never mind. And click submit. Okay, and now let's see, where is it parking? Click on the workflow. Let's see, where is it parking? Okay. Oh. Yeah. Where is this? Can you scroll down a little bit? Okay, so do you think it will reach the end container too?
Yeah, I think it should be reached.
I don't think so. It doesn't have a link between the activities. So you need to go to the workflow itself and link it. No, to the workflow, yeah. Go to the
Approval task.
no, you're not there. You're in the second container. You're in the reviews container.
Okay.
Okay, let's scroll down here and see. Yeah, you need to connect it to the end.
Wait for this condition to end.
Yeah, that's the only logical thing you can do here. If you want the workflow to proceed, it needs to know where to go. Okay, now go back to your UX Studio, to the process lab that you have open. Where is it? This one. Yeah. No. If you reload it, you will start again from scratch. I want to go back to the roll back the local purchasing review activity. So look for that. Scroll down. Okay, and now roll back here. Correct. Okay, double click on it, on the local purchasing review activity. Yep. And now submit it again. Okay, now let's scroll down. Let's see, where is it? It's waiting for the review. No, click on the workflow. Let's see, where is it in the workflow? Okay, why is it? Okay. Submit the account review again. Let's see if you can do that. Yeah, go to accounts review. Let's see if it will let you. No, you need to stand on your, highlight your name on the list and then go here. Not in the approval task, in the account review. Okay, now let's click on submit. Oh, come on, what's missing here? Click on the workflow. Let's see where we stuck. Okay, I thought we can do that from here. So you need to roll back to the approval task. Yeah. Okay, yeah, click on it. Click on your name and then on the task. Highlight your name again, your username. Okay, scroll down, make sure that the approve is checked and click submit. Okay, approve the, submit the account review and then approve the local purchasing review. Okay, and local purchasing, yeah, that's you. Fetch it. Yeah, and mark it as reviewed and then submit. Still stuck here. Let's see. Where did it go? Scroll down. Let's see where did it go. Okay, it started container 3. Let's see it in the workflow. Okay, so click on, scroll down to the in the progress tree and click on start container 3. No, scroll down to the, on the left side where you were looking for the progress tree. Yeah. Click on start container 3. Okay, so it did what you ordered him to do. It went to start container 3 and that's it. You need to connect it, of course. Okay, so let's take this opportunity to take a break. Alvin, you have some homework to do to connect the dots here and run it again.
Okay.
Okay, but this is a basic issue. If you don't provide the link, the system won't go any further. Like a lemming, if you know that game, lemmings. So now what time is it? Now it's what, 2:15? No, 1, 13, 14, 15, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 14, perfect time to break. Let's meet here at 3 p.m. your time. Okay,
Gil.
so I will be stopping the remote and I will be, so resume it. I will share my
Actually,
screen. What's
my
the-
process lab is stuck.
Let's see, what's the number?
7423.
7, 4,
423.
good. 2, 3 or 3?
No, 23.
2, 3, 2, 3.
Yeah.
That's a good number. Okay, let's see, where are we? Over here. I'm in the account review. Okay, local purchasing was done. Account review, let's select me. And then, okay. Okay, this is the account review. If I fetch the task, it is allocated to me. That's good. I will review it and proceed. Data was successfully submitted. Okay, this is the end of container 4. And I went to the start of container 5. This is the allocate technician. What's the output here? A message. Fine. I click here. Okay, I guess you forgot to change the queue mode from broadcast to default. So this is why it is being fetched, but allocate technician, there you have it. Working as expected. Sometimes in process lab, when especially in the situation where we have these two, account and local purchasing, you need to highlight your user and then go back to the output and click it. Because by default, it will show the message. The next thing that it needs to show is the message of the task and not the, only then it will show the form itself. But this is working. This is working as expected. Okay?
Okay, Gil.
And then you have it running to the, then you have it running to the message. Okay. So that is resolved. Let me, what can we do? Yeah, you can keep working with this one. No problem.
I worked it with this. Like, if you will refresh, no problem. Let's take the break. I need to go for the.
Okay. Okay. So we will see you in 40 something minutes.
Gil,
Yeah.
can you please share me your screen, connection screen, which connection I need to be make once I want to see.
Which connection?
Yeah, in start and connector, employee locate that screen.
For now, I just connected start container 3. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, only one connection is required between start connect container 3 and allocate employee.
At least in order to check that the combo box is working properly, you need to reach it. So you need at least one link here. We're supposed to link everything until the end. That's the correct.
Okay.
So we're moving step by step here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
I will share my screen. I want to show not this. Yeah. Okay. Any questions about the? No, not here. We are over here in the request execution. Any questions about the allocate employee and the logic of the combo box and so on? Is it working for everyone? All the links connected? And can I proceed to the next activity? What do you say?
Yeah, Gil, we can proceed.
Yes.
Okay, so I was trying to, okay, new joiners. Okay, if you remember from the previous session, before the break, we added the missing controls to the read-only view of the service request details form. So one method was to add a label and then add the control, and simply disable it. Okay, I cannot think of another term in English. Setting the enabled property off. Another option, which I'm trying to investigate right now, and maybe I will let you investigate that as well, is something I found here in the Knowledge Center under Advanced Expressions. Okay, so this is the article, Use Expressions in a Form Template. And I was using this format. Okay, use this option to set default values. It says here to where parameters, but we can also execute it in this format. So you see here, this is a label with a certain ID. And instead of the text, which I provide, it is pointing to the result of a certain value, in this case, the workflow name. Okay, so I took this section to the text and I planted it, over here. I added a row here for service cost. I put a label here and I put another label. I didn't put the actual control, the numeric text box. If you remember, I could do that. I put another label, and in the text part, instead of reading label 1 or 2, I simply implanted this value. And the result will be to show the workflow name. So on the same logic, I can go and look for the path to the service cost value, plant it here, and that will be displayed as well. I'm still getting an error message, something related, I guess, to the syntax here, which I'm using, maybe double the comma here, or the should be, I'm not sure if it should be double or a single. So I still need to investigate that, but that's another option of filling out delta rows in case you created your form and then created your workflow, and then you remember that you need to add another row to the form. So quick, what is the quickest way of adding it to the read-only view? Actually, honestly speaking, I think if it is 1 or 2 rows, then I think this method of adding the control and putting it to disable mode will be sufficient. Okay, so that's, let's share this. This is useful information. Control C that and paste it over here so you can find it later on. Okay, too many templates here. Okay, so let's close this and this and this. This is portal, and move this row for now. And I will save it. This is the read-only view, so didn't remove anything crucial, and I'm back in our new container. So you saw that the technical manager can now browse through the list of employees and select one. We want to make the selection done in the task.
Gil,
Yeah.
can you paste that code of that label code in the checkbox?
Yeah.
On the read-only view, which you have shown just before.
Yeah, I shared the link to the article, and you can fetch the code from there.
Okay, okay.
Let me show it again. This is the sample code here inside the. Let's put it again. So where is it? Chat and. Okay, there might be an issue because I'm trying to, we're trying to show there a numeric text box, and this is a text label, so I might need to swap it to maybe to string, but let's do that in the background. Okay, let's move on. I want now to configure the message that will be sent to the employee that was selected here by the technical manager. So first thing I would do is connect the activities. And now I can move to the message itself. So message, I'm double clicking on the message. Start with some cosmetics here. This is, we need to know, yeah, notify employee. And I click on next. And you probably are familiar with this window because this is basically the same message configuration that we have in the task activity. Okay, so make sure that you are here and I can proceed.
Yeah, Gil.
Okay. So in the runtime, this is the message I will see. This would be the activity alias, and that's the process. That's fine. Let's make it a bit more personalized because we want to make sure that this message doesn't reach. First of all, we want to make sure that this message reaches the person, the employee that was selected here by the user, by the technical manager in the task before. And I want his name to appear also in the body. So I will start with here, and then this magic string here, msg dot to dot display name. So this should be the syntax. Control C that and put it in the chat window. Now this type of string is coming from, let's see if I have it here, MSG. Yeah, message object expressions. Okay, so when you create a message, message object is created with the message metadata, and this is the one which we are using. So these are message objects. Okay, we're simply using, it's the same example like you see in the article. Okay, again, really recommend, there's a lot of information here, a lot of examples here for codes as well. Again, we are in the realm of the expressions. Under built-in expressions, we can, this is the article explaining how to use the syntax for message object expression. So this is what we're using here. let's return over here. So this will retrieve this will put the display name from the message itself here in the body of the message. It's not magic, it's a configuration. What do you want to add here? Yeah, you are required to complete the following service request by, and here I can plant, remember, I can plant any value from which was already written to the database in previous activities. So let's plant the due date over here. Where is the due date hiding? The due date is hiding in the service request details. Here you are. In the default value and in the due date. Control X that and put it over here. Of course, let's be polite. Validation is successful, and I click. Okay.
Again, from where you have selected.
Sorry, what's the request?
You have selected from where this service request default view.
Due date, from where
Yeah.
you have selected due date as in text.
Okay, so this is how your message body should look like. Now, another important checkbox to select here is this little fellow over here, calculate per recipient. So this message calculation or going and finding the display name and so on, especially this part, will be done per recipient. And I think there is a nice explanation about that over here. Let's see. Defining message content. Yeah, calculate per recipient. Select this checkbox, calculate the message fields and attachment for each recipient. Okay, if you didn't select, message field and attachment are only calculated one time. Okay, that's a nice.
Gil, you can find in the service request detail. I can't find it.
Maybe you have it in a different name. This is the name of the first form in the workflow.
Yes, in the service.
Service request details. Inside the default view table is where all of our fields are located. And one of them, this is the last one we've added, it's the due date.
Can I share my screen?
Yep. Let's see what you have. Okay, high priority. Do you have it in the, did you add the due date field?
The last one?
This is from the exercise we did on the validations. Let's scroll down. Let's see what fields do you have there. Name, email, date, region, department. Okay. It's probably not binded. So let's go to the service request details form in your workflow. All the way up here to the service request. Now, due date, stand on due date and see if it is binded to a field. No. Okay. So the machine is right. If it's not binded, it's not a field. Okay, that looks better. Now, if you go back to that message, save it. Whew, that was close. Okay. And close this UX and go back to the message that we want to create now. Yeah, it's in the third container. Sadly, you need to create everything, but let's now find. Let's first see that we have that field, and then you can add more stuff. Should be, because you added it to the default view. There
Yeah.
it is.
I got
Okay.
it. Okay, thank you.
No binding, no fields.
Yeah.
Lesson of the day. Okay, let me share the screen again and let's see. So we've created the body, mark this calculate per recipient. Now in the actual recipient tab, you see this is a message is going to, there's no fetching here. Okay, so there's no need for any sophisticated fetching mechanisms. So it is grayed out the queue mode. Now I want to send it to a user, but not to a user from the list. This is coming from a previous activity. So let's introduce and use the user expression. And here it says, okay, add the expression. I click on the magic button over here. And where is this information stored? Where do I need to go? To which activity?
Actually, you need to send this mail to the allocated employee.
Exactly. So in the allocate employee activity, I have a combo box which I selected someone inside. Okay, so I will select, these are the 5 fields. And this time for this configuration, I will select this one, allocate employee ID. Okay, so make sure you select not the name, select the ID, because that is the key of the table. Let's make sure, yeah, employee ID. Okay, let's validate that just to be on the safe side. Okay, so again, I located my allocate employee activity, went into the default view and selected the employee ID field. Click on OK. This is my expression and I'm happy with that, so I will insert that over here. So let me know that you have the same topology.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Well, can you please explain again, like you have used the message.to.display name, you have used it in the body.
In the body of the message, right?
Yeah, what is its use means? Can you repeat it once?
Where is it? Over here. Well, I can't explain it better than this expression. When you create a message object is created with the message metadata. which you can use in an expression. The objective here is quite straightforward. I want to show in the body of the message the name of the person.
Okay, the same I guess we can do with the allocate employee ID. Like if you will click on the ellipse button, the three dots,
Yeah,
can you please click it?
you can also take it from there. I think so. You can try that out and see if it gives the same result. We
Yeah, because I
usually
selected from the default view table only.
from the default view table.
Like the allocate technician or the allocate employee table. Yeah, I didn't select it from the metadata.
What did you select? Well,
Like
the field that you select will appear in the message, so in the body.
okay.
Up to you to decide what you want to display.
Okay.
Okay, but simply to let you know that there are there's also a way to reach the object of the message.
Yeah, okay, Gil.
Okay, so let's see, where are we? We are here. We have the body, we have the recipient, and we are good to go. Okay, now let's check it. What's this? Oh, that's a defined message. This is my workflow over here. Okay, so let's refresh it. You know what? Let's start a new one. Doesn't cost me anything. To be a developer from the East region. This is today, or this is okay. I like that. I proceed over here. I will fetch this task. I will approve it. Fetch the account review. Yeah, I reviewed it. It looks okay. Local purchasing. Yeah, I'm also working there. Looks okay. Let's approve it. This is the allocate employee, which I am doing. I will select myself and click submit. And this is the message which I'm receiving for process 7435. Okay, this is my name inside, and I need to complete it by this date, and so on. So we are over here. So 7435. Let's check it in the portal. I think I need to get a notification over here, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So this is what the user will see, the end user in flow time. This is the first time we're getting here. Under notifications, I will get a message, okay, and I can open the message and see the exact same. Basically, remember, Process Lab is one-to-one to what we see in flow time, plus more. Okay, so that's the message. really straightforward. In our story, it stops here in terms of this employee, but of course he will need to perform the request and update. This could be involving a different type of workflow, or maybe notifying here with other tasks and messages. But I think you get the idea of the workflow. So we're moving from one activity to the other. Yeah.
Hey, Gil, I'm not able to see the right subject of the message.
Let's see. Let's.
I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, 1 second. I am stopping mine. Yeah, go ahead.
This is the subject, and
Right.
from to that. That's it.
Okay, let's check the message itself, the actual activity in the workflow. Okay, hit the calculate per recipient checkbox downstairs. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Let's see if there's any difference. Let's see the recipient. It must have reached you. Otherwise, can you click on the recipient tab? Yeah. Goes to whatever was written in allocate employee default select. Okay, that's fine. And let's check it now. Let's see if there is any different behavior. Let's roll back a little bit. Did you take it in flow time or in the process lab?
Process lab.
Okay, so let's go back to that process. Should be, yeah, click on workflow. Okay, let's roll back to the previous task, the allocate employee. And this one, yeah, roll back here. Did you click on rollback? I didn't see. Right click, yeah, roll back. Yes, I do want to do that. Okay, now double click on the task. Oh, sorry, you need to stand on your user, yeah. And now you are 4, so click on submit. And there you got it. You are required to complete it by, yeah, you need to put the, after the by, you need to put the expression, which is pointing to the due date.
I think the expression is not correct.
Let's check that.
Okay.
Let's check the message again. Service request. Yeah. If you validate this, I don't. Yeah, click on the 3 dots there on the right side of the body. It passed validation. Okay, so maybe you didn't fill it in the original form. Let's check that. Default view query service request details, default view due date. Okay, let me compare it to my statement over here.
Maybe one parenthesis is extra. No, not extra.
Prashant, just cut it and add it again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also a good thing. Put a space between the word by.
No. It should be within your service request details.
Yes. Service request. Correct. Due date, right?
Date.
Yeah, double click the due date.
Okay. Validate now. Okay, now back in the process lab. Yeah, finish that.
And check you have filled the due date or not. Like first you need to check this in your workflow.
Okay.
Go back to the go back to the service request details form, the original form of the workflow. Click on it.
This screen, right?
Yeah. Where is it? Upstairs, the first activity. No, no, no. Don't roll back. Don't
No,
roll
no,
back.
no.
Simply open the form. Scroll up a little
Yeah,
bit.
just
Yeah, and click on this. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't
you
have,
it's
have-
not selected.
you don't have, so it's not showing. That makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hey, Gil,
Yeah, the mysteries of life. Okay, yeah. Yes, please.
Gil, actually, I just click on, I think in the task, and it's created extra workflow. Okay.
Let's
Oh,
see.
I think, I still, I deleted it, and my whole workflow is deleted. I think it's not showing in a admit portal.
Well, good for you. Let's see what you see on the screen.
Okay, yes, let me see.
Deleted the workflow.
Yes,
You
yes.
can only do that by pressing delete workflow.
Yes, yes. I just pressed the delete, and
Okay.
where actually I have just created extra control. So I deleted from the here, where delete, and it's deleted from the, I think it's.
Okay. If you search the workflows for your name, is it there? Not here. Go stand on the word workflows. The top, the beginning of this. Yeah. Click here. Okay, and search for your. Okay, so what's the problem? It is here. So this is the beginning.
Okay.
Okay,
Fine,
but
fine.
you had another workflow there. Click on the other one. Take two. What's take two?
Yeah, it was copy which you created, but I was following this my own.
Gateway. That's not our fault. Look, pressing on delete workflow will open a message box, and
Yeah.
then it will be deleted. So that should
No,
be what
actually,
we call handle with
no,
care.
yeah, no, actually, I just suppose I just clicked on the same.
Are you lab operator 2?
One.
Okay.
So
Well, first of all, do you have a working workflow? I don't see a working workflow here. This will bring you back like 1.5 days of work, which is good for practice. I don't say I find advantages there, but really, this is deleting a workflow will do what it says. It will delete the workflow.
no,
So,
actually, I just just give me example. I just double click and I just created an extra container. So here there is two link. I just deleting the extra container. So I just clicked on the delete and okay, then whole the process is deleted there.
well,
Actually,
you probably,
I was thinking,
if you go back if you go to the workflow tab, if you go back to the workflow, not to the UX Studio, stand on the workflow. Yeah, you have there delete workflow. That's the only place to delete the entire workflow.
okay.
So if you clicked
That
on that, then it will delete the workflow. So,
sure. Got it.
it's like we say, don't press the red button
Sure.
on the side. Okay, so do you want a working workflow, like a duplication?
Maybe I think a lot of things I don't know. I think let me check actually if my task is here.
No, this is only the UX.
I think
Yeah, this is
I lost.
the original part. But you had another workflow with the name Amitation side. It says take two. I think that's from the beginning of yesterday.
Yeah. I
This
just
is what I
make
created for me. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's find that.
I just make a lot of changes after just creating this.
Yeah,
I guess,
know.
Amitesh, you also did the mistake of data source. I guess therefore the Gil made the take two.
Right.
Okay, we're almost at the end of the workflow, so I don't want you to create it now from scratch. I can provide another copy of my workflow, and you can work on that, at least to finish the workflow. But again, the button is quite straightforward. It will delete the workflow. So if you pressed OK, it simply deleted the workflow. It did what it told you to do, what you told him to do.
No, like the same screen which you were saying. Here actually, just created a new container. So I just press like delete. Sorry. Yes, there I just click inside this, and then I just click the deleted. Whole solution is deleted. So I think that maybe this page will be only deleted. So this was the mistake.
If you want to get rid of a container, you need to go to the main screen, like stand on service request Amitesh, or simply click on the container and delete it. Okay, so let's provide you a workflow. At least you have something. Where is it? Okay, so I am working over here, and I will create one. Yeah, that will be for Amitesh, right?
Yes. Gil, please share your screen.
Yeah, that will be good. Let's put it take 3 here. Not take 2, take 3. Service request, okay. Create. Let's open it, make some amendments here. That's the name. Alias should be the same. And I will remove myself here, checked it in. And I think you are good to go. You can search for this workflow and use it to continue. That's it. Okay, so can I proceed to the next? Wait, what time is it now? You came back at 3 p.m. Now it is
15:40.
Now it's 4:40. No,
it's 3:40.
3:40. Okay, so I think we can squeeze the last. Where is it? So we are almost at the end of the workflow. I showed you how. Yeah.
Can I ask one thing?
Yeah.
Like in the accounts review and the local purchasing review, they both have reviewed. Like if they clicked on the yes, only then it go for the next activity.
No. We don't have any validations there. It is simply you can submit the form even without clicking. Okay. If we wanted to be related to the real world, then I would put a validation there.
Okay.
Okay, so remember, because we cover, there's no need to put validations everywhere here. The point is to understand the concept of how to add it. But of course, there's no point of creating a task and assigning it to a person if we're not sure that he will add something to the workflow. Otherwise, we can skip him. But for sure, we need a validation there. Okay, makes sense. I guess it makes sense. Okay, so the message was quite straightforward. Now let's move to the subflow or sub workflow. Now, the sub workflow, if you can see my screen, can you see my screen? Yeah, I guess I'm sharing. Okay, so the sub workflow states as follows: invokes a sub workflow from within the main workflow. So we are the main workflow, and we want to connect this activity to another workflow. So that will be, what did we call it? Too many, yeah, okay, billing. Okay, okay, sub-process, okay. And that will be, okay. So let's simply click and start configure. So instead of this generic subflow one, this will be billing information. Okay, so I gave it a proper name and I click on next. Now we reach the fun part. The system will ask me, okay, what is the name of your sub workflow? So it means I need to have an existing workflow in my system. And let's see what this workflow does. So where did I hide you? Let's look for it. Service request billing with email notification, this buster over here. Okay, so this is an existing workflow. Not such a big workflow. You have a form here and you have an activity which says email to customer. Okay, so if I open the form, I have here controls very similar to what we have in our form, right? So the objective is to plant or paste the information from the service request details form, which we are filling, and plant it in this workflow. So that's the first activity which happens in the workflow. And then I want to send an email to a customer. So this is an email activity. Okay, I can find it over here. Simply enables you to send an email. As simple as that. Okay, I gave it a name here. I specified the connection to which SMTP server am I using. Our training server is connected to some kind of a free SendGrid SMTP connection. And apparently, let's see if I have that mail today. I guess I got something today. Yeah, apparently Genpact doesn't really like mails that are sent via this SMTP connection. So they've quarantined the mails that I tried to send, and you can see here account review process, service request approval. Remember we talked yesterday, you raised the question of how can we send these tasks or messages outside and not just from the flow time. And I said, yeah, you can select send the link or send the email in the message properties and it will be allowed. Well, apparently it is allowed, but not by Genpact. So when I try to send an email from the system to my email, to my Genpact email, Genpact monitors that, and because it's coming from a not so trusted, in terms of Genpact, not so trusted the SMTP connection, it will not pass it immediately, it will quarantine it. So this is why I see all of these emails waiting there. So in order to overcome that, I will simply do as follows. So This is the SMTP connection. This is an email activity. We must have an SMTP connection. Then we have the same tabs as the message activity. Okay, so this is what the email will contain. Dear customer, you're required to settle the amount for the latest service that you requested on. And here I'm copying fields from my original form, service request billing. Okay, nothing new here in terms of how to create the body of the message. And in the recipients, I have an email expression. So this will be sent to whatever is configured in this field, service request billing. Now, if you remember in the story, it's a little bit complicated, but the values of this form, this service request billing form, will be populated with the values coming from my master workflow. So at the end of the day, whatever I fill in take me there, yeah. Whatever I fill here, okay, these values will be copied to the sub workflow, including the email, and then the email activity that I showed you over here will be sent to whatever I put over there. So I will simply use my Gmail account in order to show that. Okay, so that's the email activity. And what else? If I had attachments, then I would put them here. Again, you can go to the Knowledge Center and see the other options here under email activity. But this is basically the sub workflow. Okay, very simple. Create a form and send it to the customer. Now I can, I don't really need it in my topology because I can populate it directly from my master workflow. We just want to show here in the training how to use this sub workflow activity. So it might look like a kind of a duplication, but bear with me and take from it the things that you need, which is how to configure. Okay, so this is the email. This is the workflow which I want to use as the sub workflow. Okay, any questions so far? In that case, that brings me back to my subflow configuration. Okay, I just added the proper name, and now I am here, and I will request you to also be located here in the transformation definition. And let me know that you're here.
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah.
Okay, so sub workflow name. I click on the ellipsis here, not the ellipsis, ellipsis, and I will locate my workflow. It is called service request billing with email notification. Okay, this is the name of the workflow space. If I had several versions of the workflow, they will be located here. I want this active workflow version. It provides the path, and I click OK. You see now the sub workflow fields are populated. So he's listing me all the form activities which are in that sub workflow. And now I need to make the match between the values which I'm capturing in my service request details form, and match it to the same controls in the sub workflow. So the sub workflow is much simpler. I have 5 controls here. I need to match it from the left side of the main workflow to the right side of the sub workflow. So I click on this action here, add new transformation. And then I place the cursor in the left part of the transformation. And once the left part is highlighted, I will look for the first control, which is the name. I double click the name here. And then I move to the right side of the transformation and put the same control name here. And I will repeat this process four more times in order to occupy all the controls here. So add the new transformation. This time I will put the date field on the left and on the right. Add another one. It's a nice game of connecting the dots. This is the email. Control number 4 is the due date. Where is it? There you are. And the last transformation is service cost. There you go, and there you go. So this is my active transformation. I will take the values from these fields on the left and will transform them to these fields on the right, which belong to the sub workflow fields. So let me know that you have the same config.
Can you just scroll up this left side pen? Where you expanded in middle? In which sections? Okay.
Remember, this is your, remember the flow that we have. We write this information at the beginning of the workflow. So we simply go there and fetch it from there. Let me know that this is okay and I can proceed to the next screen.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this was in
Okay,
one.
actually,
Yeah.
I'm not able. Actually, I'm sharing my screen.
Sorry. Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, I am there. It's saying please select.
Okay, so click on
Post element.
add new transformation. Okay, now stand on the left side, highlight the left part of the transformation table.
This one. Transform.
Yeah, but you need to, no, not this, yeah, not the expression.
Okay.
The stand on the left, how do you call it? The rectangle. Stand on the left rectangle of the transformation table. In the middle of the screen, you have 2 rectangles. Yeah, put your cursor in the left one.
This one.
This one, yeah, where your mouse is, yeah. Okay, now you see it highlighted.
Yeah.
Great. This is the destination. Now pick from the left the name. Double click that, yeah, and you see it populated. Now click on the right side and click on name, and there you have the. Now you for the next field, yeah, another transformation and do the same trick. But remember to highlight first. This is what it's saying you. Please select the source element. Yeah. You got it. Good job. Okay, so once we have all the 5 fields in the transformation table, I will click on next. This optional screen is doing the reverse direction. So now it is asking me, do you want to plant anything, any fields from the sub workflow into your main workflow. Okay, because it could be that we need to return from a certain activity in the sub workflow, like return a result. Now, since in our scenario, we don't need anything back because this is only used to send the information to the customer. So I'm going to skip this part, this definition step 2, and click on finish. Okay, and what else do we want here? Yes, still highlighting the billing information. I want to see this internal workflow working, to see it on my main workflow process lab, or even in the flow type. So I want to make this UI property, hierarchy visibility, instead of hidden, let's put it into visible. Okay, so again, this is the last property of the sub workflow. Sorry. Hierarchy visibility, turn it to visible. This way I will see the progress on my main workflow progress tree. And I'm happy with that. Last thing to do is connect it to the end of the container. Okay, and I think my container is done. Yeah, it's going all the way to the...
Gil,
Yeah.
like the subflow is basically used to send the data from one workflow to another.
Not necessarily. Sometimes you want to send, yeah, usually it will start by sending information to another workflow. And sometimes you expect information back. Sometimes it is just for sending information, or maybe triggering another workflow, another sub workflow. For example, a person is requesting another mortgage for his house. It could be that one of the stages in the workflow will be to connect to his financial information and retrieve information back from a different system about existing mortgages, pending issues that he has with credit, and so on. So the idea is to combine flows of traffic between two or more workflows. Whether we only send the information out or send something and expect back depends on the customer request. But the sub workflow allows you to send it out and get back. Okay.
Okay. And Gil, one more thing, like it is little complicated, the SMTP that you did. So
Is
can you
what?
please repeat it once?
Yeah, sure.
No, not this part, not this part.
Okay, which one?
The SMTP, the mail or the billing. Oh, okay. The
The
billing.
SMTP was
workflow
related to
yeah.
the email activity over here. Yeah. I'm just showing that one part of the email activity configuration is to determine which SMTP server is used in order to perform this email sending activity. Currently, we have only one SMTP connection. Customers might have multiple ones. He might want to have emails going out of one system and other emails going out of another system. That's it. The only thing I have here is the name of the server and the credential name. This is customer information.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so let's see, what are we in terms of time now? It's 4 p.m. your time, right? Okay, so let's take a break now for until now. It's what is it? 4 and 2 minutes. Okay, so let's break until 4 and 3 minutes. Let's break until 4:15 and return to finalize the workflow and then continue from there. Okay.
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 Yeah, Gil, can you double click on your service request billing form, I guess?
And yeah, this is a form with 5 fields. These are the
Okay.
fields that appear in the transformation. So no magic
Yeah, the
trick here.
technician will fill this. The technician will fill this form.
The IT operator will fill,
Technician.
will fill it over here, and it will be copied and sent to the customer. So information from the main workflow will be copied to the sub workflow. Okay, cool. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Return to the recording, and I will share my screen and ask you if you have configured the billing information sub workflow and if any of you tried it actual work. If not, we will do it right now. Because basically, after billing the customer, we basically end the workflow. So
Yeah, Gil, give us 5 minutes to configure.
okay, if you haven't configured it yet, then please do. Yeah, I will be waiting here with the instance. Actually, I will move the workflow forward because you all know what happens here so far, right? So this will be to the support team from the West Division. Now, remember, I want to send this information as an email, and I don't want to spend too much time over here. I don't know if you're familiar with this. This is the place where quarantine messages are reaching in Genpact. And you can see that they've quarantined all of my emails that were supposed to go out from tasks that were that are supposed to send emails, like the local purchasing and account review. Okay, this is from the 16th. This one, account review, allocate employee, and so on. This one, for example, account review from process 7399. Let's see, why is it supposed to send it? I think because account review has in the message, I requested to send it. Let's see. Yeah. Account review message is configured with the email mode send link. So it tried to send the link. Genpact is blocking or quarantining these individual messages, but I can release them from here, and they will be placed in my inbox, I guess. Yeah, starting to appear. Let's see if I released another one. Let's see what will happen. Okay, so in any case, we will use these two as examples later on. But for my, where is it? For my current process, 7444, can I proceed with it, by the way, or are you still configuring?
Still configuring.
Okay, go for it. Something came in. Yeah, allocate employee. Okay. Okay, so now I can show it on screen. Complete the dots here. Just let me know that we can go on.
Yeah, Gil, we can go on.
Okay, if it's accepted by everyone, I've launched my workflow in Process Lab. Fill out the information. I will send it to, let's send it to my Gmail account, because that should be okay. gmail.com. Today's date, due date in a few days from now. Service cost is 480. And this will be verify complete workflow. This is in high priority, and I will click submit. Again, it goes to the service request approvers. I will fetch this task. Okay, so support wants that. This is the information, looks good. I will submit it. Goes to the accounts review. I will fetch it as well. Data was successfully submitted. Thank you. I will highlight myself as the local purchasing person. I will fetch the task, review it. It went according to plan to the allocate employee. Please allocate the relevant employee. Yeah, I know the exact employee that will do that. Now, don't confuse between this message and my Gmail account, which is simulating the customer. Okay, so this one, I've selected myself as the employee. And you see that the workflow has been successfully completed. Okay, and two more things happened here. One is I got a notification under the notify employee activity. This is the notification. You are required to complete the following service requests by so and so. And you see here in the tree, I have the components of the sub workflow. This is the billing information. This is the name of the sub workflow. The information has been written inside the form, and an email was sent to the customer. And I think I got it. Let's see, I got a Gmail message here. Yeah. Okay. Now let me show you my Gmail account. Okay, and check out what I got here. Invoice of service request 7450.
Gil, I guess your screen is inverted.
Sorry?
Your screen is inverted, I guess.
Yeah, because of the Hebrew language. But check out the information here. This is the amount, due date, okay? Everything that has been captured.
Hey, Gil, can we use our Gmail ID for testing purpose?
Sorry?
Can we use our Gmail ID? Means mine.
You can use yourself. What do you mean? Add your Gmail ID?
No, I can use my Gmail ID for testing. I'm asking.
I guess so. You see, it's working for sending emails. That's fine. Well, unless you want your Gmail being bombarded with work-related emails.
Okay.
And provided that you're not sending any attachments, because that will be restricted.
Okay.
Okay, but I just want to show you that the workflow was successfully completed. The only thing which puzzles me is why is this process 7444 and I got an email from 7450. I'm going to close this for now because I think you believe me that I got it. And I will ask.
Gil,
Yeah.
actually in email section, I am facing some issue. May I share my screen?
Yeah, you can screen your share, of course.
Okay. There, that's the.
Okay, this is the. Yeah, well, let's see the event viewer for 7448. Do we have anything for 7448? Type a Control F and type 7448. I don't see anything here. Okay, so go back to the process lab and stand on the activity which has the arrow on it. Where was it? Yeah, let's see if we can dig out something from here. Email to customer hasn't. Let's see how. No, let's see. This is the. You're all using the same workflow, right?
Right.
Now let's see if there's anything problematic there. How did you configure your service request details form? Let's scroll up to the service request details form. Let's see what you have inside. This is your Gmail?
Yeah, this is my Gmail, personal Gmail.
Let's see. That's a routing issue, I think, because you are using it.
Why you have added the 2 combo box? Maybe you have added the 2 combo box first.
No, actually, this is for region. Actually, region is not displaying. That is for region south, north. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Gmail. Let's see. Can you copy your Gmail account to the chat box? I want to check something. Let's check it offline, outside our workflow, because we are all using the same workflow. So let's do like this. Where did I keep it? I have here a simple workflow. Can you see? You can't see my screen. So let me go back to my screen.
Okay.
And let's see, what do we have here? So I have here under my section here, this is a workflow called email activity. Very straightforward. And it's again using the same SMTP.
Gil, I think I missed something in my email ID. Yeah, there may be some issue.
Okay. That
in
could be
typing mistake.
Okay, like a typo in the Gmail, in the address itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so try it and let me know, because
okay.
Because it is able to send. So the system, we're all using the same system, so it is able to send. So let's hope that's the
I'm
thing.
trying.
Okay, so again, if you remember, I got a message, like an invoice message from process number 7450, but this process is 7444. So why is it different?
Gil, can I share my screen?
Because this is the different process.
Because it's coming from a different workflow. Exactly. So if one second, I will let you share your screen. I just want to finish this point. If I examine 7450. This is actually the subflow, which was running here. And over here, you can see my information. Okay, so I got a message from a different workflow. So this is why, which was running in the process internally. I didn't initiate it. It was initiated by our main workflow, but it has, of course, its own process ID, and hence this is what we saw. Yes, who wants to share the screen?
Yeah, Gil, let me share my screen. Yeah, Gil, I
Okay.
hope my screen will be visible.
Yeah, this is the notify employee. Okay.
Like I set on, now it goes to the sub flow one.
Yeah, but is there a?
How will I run this subflow one?
You shouldn't run it. It should run automatically. But let's go to the configuration of the subflow and see what's going on there.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, click on subflow 1.
Yeah, I
And
clicked.
let's see. Did you click it?
Yeah, I need to double click it.
Or you need to open it somehow. So either right click and click
Okay,
edit or
okay.
yeah, let's see. Okay, name is here. It is connected to. Okay, what is this subflow name here?
Service request billing.
Did you create such a workflow?
Yeah. I created the new one. Yeah, I guess this is the. Yeah, this is the service request billing.
Where did you get it from? Oh.
I created it from the Cora sequence, like to create a new workflow. Then I created a new.
Okay. Why? I mean, there is a working workflow in the system. Now we need to investigate what you wrote here. Now, if you created it from scratch, click on the email activity.
Email, the notify customer.
Yeah, let's see what's inside here. Okay, next, please.
Yeah, next.
Okay, edit the SMTP configuration.
Okay, wait. I did.
Okay, did you also insert the credential name here?
No, I didn't enter the credential name.
Yeah, because we're not revealing them, but I don't know what was created here. If you didn't put the credentials, then it won't be connected. And I don't think we can have multiple SMTP connections here. So the whole idea is to reuse existing workflows. You don't need to create them from scratch. So I would suggest, if you want to keep it, then keep it. Maybe it won't send the email, but we can see if it is populating the form. So cancel this. Yeah, cancel this as well. And let's check, go back to the subflow configuration. Okay, this is the transformation. Fine. Do you have any transformation in step 2, or did you skip it?
Skip it.
Okay, so click on cancel and let's check the hierarchy, the properties of the hierarchy.
Wait.
On the right side, properties, let's scroll down to the last property. Okay, you see hierarchy visibility is hidden, so you can't see what's going on.
So I need to make it visible.
Yes, if you want to see the progress in your tree of the main workflow. Now you need to run it again, or maybe simply roll back one step to the allocate technician.
Okay, wait. Where I have allocated.
Yeah, roll back.
You are about to delete activities. Are you sure to continue? Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay,
Please
click on,
allocate the technician.
yeah, click on your name there, on the username in allocate technician. Yeah, and send the message to yourself, I guess. Yeah, click on submit.
Click.
Now let's see. No, it goes to the, yeah, it's stuck in the subflow somewhere. Click on the workflow tab next to the output. Let's see where it is.
It is not going to the subflow.
Okay, so let's check the event viewer 7456. Let's see if you have any. Let's see if he shouts 7456. Yeah. Okay. What does he want? System start unauthorized.
It is showing from so many others.
No. But so you need to look for yours. Okay. The first one here is for your workflow instance 7456. You need to you need to search for that. It's not a lab operator 10 system. Can you scroll to the right? Can you scroll the screen to the right, please?
Yeah.
Let's see what here. System exception. Okay, check start. Workflow engine, workflow, user ID, workflow instance. What do you want? Sub workflow activity. Okay, created. Result, fault authenticator, system user. There is something with the workflow that you created. Something is wrong with that. In order to check that, you can go to your sub workflow and run it in Process Lab and see that it's okay. Go to your sub workflow, then go to your service request billing workflow that you created. Yeah, and run it in Process Lab or validate or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you have, you see, yeah, exactly, no permission. So this is like a workflow on its own, and it has to match all the requirements. So if no one can run it, then it won't be executed. So set the permissions of the workflow.
Yeah, I forgot this.
Yeah. So yes, the system tells you, remember, always validate your workflows before you run it. Now, if you run the workflow, yeah, that's the basic permission. Anyone can run it with administrator role. Now, if you run this workflow in Process Lab,
let me add them into the swim lane as well. Otherwise, it will throw me an error. Yeah, I need to validate. Okay.
Yeah, well, if you had one error, now it's fine. Now run it in Process Lab. If it runs autonomously in Process Lab, then it should run as a subflow. But let's check that.
I have made all these okay, but I can't fill anything in this because
why not?
I made it read only.
Okay. So
actually, I'm transferring the data from the one workflow to the another. That's why I think there is no need to edit all these details.
Okay, so now I think the workflow will work. I mean, in the main workflow. So try it again and see if it works.
Yeah.
If not, then we will need to debug this one as well.
Again, the notified customer. It is throwing me an error.
Yeah, but this is the service. Well, again, why create a new workflow and start debugging it when you have a perfectly working workflow in the system? That's my question.
Yes, Gil, I am also facing same issue here.
With
maybe
what?
This issue.
Yeah, with notify customer here. I am facing that issue.
But are you using the original workflow or your own flavor?
Original. I am using my original.
Okay, so let's check that. Rohan, run the main workflow again and see and see the results.
Actually, in the notify customer, I guess there might be some problem.
Maybe, but again, there's no point of debugging a new workflow when you have a perfectly running workflow. That's what I'm saying. Could be with the email SMTP. You can remove
Yeah,
the
this
email. You can remove the email activity from your sub workflow and simply leave the form part and see if it runs. If it runs properly, then yes, the problem was with something with the email activity. Okay, so what am I looking at right now?
Yeah, this is the problem. That's email to customer.
Okay, and what mailbox did you use? What email did you use in the service request details?
My Genpact email. That's Outlook Genpact email.
And as I said, Genpact is blocking emails which are coming from this SMTP server.
But I tried my personal also, then it's also not working.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's do like this.
Okay.
Can you send your email, your Gmail or any non-Genpact email, put it in the chat?
Okay, I'm sharing it again.
This is the same.
Yeah, this is the same.
You said that you might have had a problem with the syntax.
But now it's original and I tried.
Okay, so let's try it. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
And I will configure this email activity. And I will, let's see, what are the recipients here? So, okay, so I have myself and I will also use Parveen Kumar V432, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me take that. Let me add an expression here. Put it like this. And click OK. So now I'm sending this email to I'm sending this message outside. Testing only, like this. Okay, so let me finish that. And let me validate it again. And let me run it in Process Lab. So the system should send emails outside.
Yeah, I got
You got an email.
7483. Yeah, 7483 process.
Yeah, exactly. So the email is working now. So it means that this Cora Lab 02 can reach your Gmail mailbox. That's fine. Now let's try to debug it. Where is your workflow?
Yeah.
Let's see, Parveen. Which one?
First one.
First one, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check it out. Something over here, and let's do this quickly. Don't worry, I'll bring it back to you safe and sound. Okay, so I have here getting information. It is service request billing with email notification. That's fine. This is email coming from service request and going to okay. I'm not sure that you have the right transformation here because this is email and it is sent to the field of name. And this is what? This is date, which is sent to email. And this is, so you have a mixture here. I think what happened is that because our service request billing with notification is looking for a specific field and you didn't plant your email in that field, then it won't reach anywhere. So what I suggest is make sure that your transformation is correct, okay? You understand the issue, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the field was expecting an email address and it got a date or a name or something like that. So that is probably the problem. And then if you fix the transformation table, I would suggest to remove them and work according to this order. Okay, so the first one should be the name and then date, email, due date, and service costs. Okay. So I think that's the issue. Let me manage that. Check it in.
Hello, Gil.
Yeah, and this is yours. Yes.
Can you check my workflow? Actually, I'm using Genpact email ID. I just need to confirm that my workflow is properly running or not.
What is the process number?
It's 7449.
So let's go to 7449.
Yeah.
It looks like it went all the way to the end. What were you expecting to see? An email?
Actually, I'm not. Yeah,
And what? Let's see the email that you were using.
it's a Genpact.
Again, as I explained, again, you cannot reach, you cannot see it unless you, let's see, where can you see it? You need to access this page.
Okay.
Okay, and let me put it over here so you all become familiar with it.
Yes, I can verify at least request.
This one, I didn't take the URL, but Control C that. And okay, and from here you need to use the your user and password and Okta verification, and then under my Mimecast personal portal, you will be able to see the list of email.
My 744.
No, this is because this is mine.
Okay.
It's your personal view.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so according to the workflow results, where was it? This is mine and this is yours.
This is mine. Yeah.
So according to the workflow results, let's see, the email is here. Okay, so you still have the problem here because it wasn't able to send it, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah, Gil, the same is with mine as well. Like
And
it is always showing me an error.
You're using the Gmail account or your personal account?
I'm using my Gmail account.
Okay, so let's do that. Put your Gmail account, put your Gmail address in the chat, and I will run this again. Where is it? Okay, so we don't need. Where was it? Recipients. So we don't need Parveen, right? We proved that Parveen, you were getting the email, right? Who else has an issue?
Ratnadeep.
Sir Rohan.
Okay, so Rohan, I see your Gmail account. I'm going to plug it here, Control V. Is this the right one? Right, Rohan, this is your Gmail account?
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else is facing an issue with the Gmail account?
Yeah, I'm also.
Okay, so place it.
I'm also.
Same issue I'm facing in the sub workflow. Email
Well,
to customer is giving the red symbol, means cross.
okay, so let's do it one by one. Anyone else wants to confirm his Gmail account, then please place your Gmail. Okay, so what else do I have here? I have from Jagadish, Control C. So let me add an expression here. Control V. And another one for, okay. All of you are facing problems. I don't understand. All of you are facing problems with the with your Gmail?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, maybe there may be a problem of SMTP, I guess.
It looks like that because no, with who was it? I think Parveen had an issue with the transformation configuration. If you have your transformation configuration right, let's check this. Who else is here? Yeah, let's send it to everyone. Amit, okay. Control C that and Control V that and send to Prashant like that, and we had another one here. Pallavi, okay.
Gil, you have started and ended it with the quotes.
Let's send this batch and see what's going on. Click on finish. And click on process lab and try to send it. So you're supposed to get an email from 7495.
Yeah, we received a mail from the Gil Center. Yeah.
Yeah, I also get
Okay, so everyone is receiving it, so it's not an issue of the SMTP. We need to check each and every one of you in the transformation. So who will be the first? Let's close this, and close this, and close this as well. Okay, let's start doing that. Who's last? Who's last on the list? Let's see. Rotten Deep. What's the name here? Billing. There you are. Checked in. Okay, so this is the name going to name. Where's the email? Ah, you know what? What is the last? What is the last process that you ran? I can tell you from. I don't need. Let's go to process lab. Connect to the last instance. Let's see what is the. That's not correct. Let's see. This is only a message without any information inside. That's, I think it's related to the, you didn't check the checkbox there, but allocate employee. Okay, so let's go one step backward. No, the workflow is not continuing to your billing. Why is that? So let's get billing. Okay. So we don't know what has been written inside. This is the service billing authentication. That's fine. Date is going to, where's the email? That's my important one. Email. Email is going to email. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back here. This is your, okay, this is your Genpact email, so we won't reach anywhere.
Can you put my Gmail ID here from the chat box?
Okay, so this is your Gmail, right? Oh, come on,
Yeah.
Ken, no. Yeah, this is the one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's process that. This is your Gmail, fetch it and approve. Going to account. Yes, of course, I reviewed it. Local purchasing. That was successfully submitted. This, I believe, is the allocate employee. You didn't change the alias, so you kept it from the copy. So this is why it's showing.
Oh, actually, I was saying
This is allocate employee. Let's allocate it to your operator 7.
Yeah.
Okay, and I click submit, and what happens? The account login is successfully completed. Okay, let's see what did it do? I want to see this. Okay, so you should have got a mail here, a Gmail with this information. Is that correct?
Yeah, now I got it.
Okay, so it's not process 7439, it's a different process. Okay,
It's 7502. Yeah, from the another.
Yeah, which is the process ran by the billing information. Okay, so yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Source control. I will check this in.
I have a question.
Okay, I can close that. Who else is still facing issues?
Gil, actually, I have a question. Is
Yeah.
there required to select all the transformation definition in the sub workflow field, or what?
You need to select the ones that you want to show the customer. So again, this is customer related, but of course the email, if you want the email to be sent, remember that the email to customer activity here in this billing workflow.
Actually, I am on a sub workflow step. So what field I have to be select in main workflow field? May I may I share my screen? Okay. Yeah, there. Which field I need to be selected? Service request form or what other?
Yeah, but this is step 2, man. You need to be in step 1. You are now sending from the sub workflow to the master. You need to be here.
Yeah, here I select email and
okay, and it is going to the email of which workflow is it going? Service request billing. Okay, and name is going to name. Okay, if you want other, the most important for us is the email.
Okay, I select the email in first one.
Okay, and it is going to the email. Click on next and remove these transformations from here. We're not performing this type of transformation. We're not sending anything backwards. Okay,
I need to
so finish this.
Yes.
And now if you have a running process lab, no, reload it to, you need to reload it to the beginning, or at least to the allocate employee activity.
I'm just starting again.
Okay, but make sure that you put your Gmail account in the first form, otherwise Genpact will block you.
Still, I'm breaking in email to customer function.
Sorry, what was it again?
Inside the email to customer, actually, it's breaking the code. I think.
Are you using the same workflow or did you create your own?
No, I'm just using the same.
Okay, and what is the same error here?
There was a cross symbol into the email to customer.
Okay, so let's see this workflow. This is Arvind's workflow. Let's see it finish to the end. This is the approval. This is the account. Okay.
Gil, check out mine as well.
Yeah, of course. We'll check everyone. But if you saw, look, if the problem is with the email, so make sure your transformation is correct. It's always in the same location. There's no other place. If you haven't touched the workflow with billing, then that is where your problem is, probably. What is this? Local purchasing. Okay, you need to fetch it as well. Why is it stuck in fetch? No, you can't do it unless you fetch it. Why is it not? Did you select yourself in the list? Which user are you? Okay, you're 35. Okay. No, click on the workflow next to output. Let's see what's going on there. Okay, so it's waiting in the local purchasing review. Okay, fine. Now let's scroll down to the local purchasing review. Yeah, click on that. Now click on the output. Okay, now you have it. Allocate is good. Allocate it to yourself. And let's see what's going on here. Okay, workflow successfully completed. And I guess you got a, let's see click on that, service request billing. You see you have your email inside. Click on the workflow tab. Okay, go to the next container. Look, scroll down to on the left side. Yeah, go to click here. Let's see what we reach here. Aha. Okay, also a problem here. Why is that? And you're using service request billing. I really don't know what to tell you. This is crazy. It can't be that some people are getting through and some people are not getting through.
Same problem actually. I'm also having.
Okay, so let's try from a different angle. Who also has a problem?
Me, Rohan.
Okay, Rohan, I thought we solved your. That was Ratandeep, right? Ratandeep, you don't have the problem anymore, right?
Sorry?
Ratandeep, I think we confirmed your workflow. Okay,
Yeah,
so-
exactly.
okay, so are you still using your newly created billing, or did you move to the original one?
Still, I am using the billing.
Okay, so I can't help you there unless you use the one which is working. Let's try the one which is working, not the one which is not working. What is your updated workflow?
Take two.
This one?
No, take two. The service request, Rohan.
Okay,
take two.
so subflow. We first go with something which is working and then try to see. Okay, where are you? Okay, now I'm in the main screen. Let's see. This one. This one. Yes, please. Okay, now. So the first transformation is the name. Go like this. Second one is date. And the third one is email. Okay, email and email. We have enough. I don't want to. No transformation here. I will click on finish. Okay, now let's run it in process lab. Will it let me? I think it will. Okay, so we are working on that will be a IT not the email is. Did you put it on the chat? I guess so.
Yes.
Let me just fetch it from there. You are. Control C. This one. Okay, date of today. This is like this, and this is like 700, and this is a test. Okay. Fetching it for the approval. This is your Gmail account. That's fine. Please check it. Now what? Accounts review. Local purchasing. Fetched. Viewed. Allocate. Technician, yeah, let's put it here. And then click submit. And let's see, message has been sent. Subflow has been Yeah, now it looks okay. You see, the service request billing was
Yeah.
being popular. Now you got it. So it means that there is an issue with your newly created service request billing. So the way to debug that is to remove the email activity and make sure that the form was working. Or you know what? Let's do it like this. Let's click on this workflow. And no, I need to see. I need to see what you've written down in the notify. Yeah, checking. Okay, now let's see the inside of this one. This is coming from service request billing query default email. Service request billing. Okay. You see that you're pointing not to the right workflow because your workflow name is service request billing Rohan, 23rd of November. The whole logic here is to take the information captured in the form and use it as the recipient. So I think this is the problem.
Okay, can you click on the three dots?
Yeah, where did
Actually,
you
I
take
was
this expression?
getting like from the service request billing.
Yeah, but you are inside. Yeah, but that's not the name. No, it is coming
That
from
is the
there.
workflow name.
Yeah, yeah,
No, no,
that's
no.
it's okay. Service request billing. Okay, no. Well, it should come from here. Okay. Now let's run it offline. Let's finish this. Let's see if this is working. If it's not working, then there's an SMTP issue here, I think. Let's run it in process lab. And let's put the email.
No, you just need to submit it. You just need to submit it. It is read only.
Yeah, but it needs to be populated. You understand? I mean, the information taken from this field is the one which triggers the email, the sending of the email. Otherwise, who will I send it to?
Otherwise, you need to click just double click my service request billing. Yeah, just make it enable.
Okay. Let me check one thing before we continue. What is the status of these? To make sure, yeah, they are enabled in the original one. Yeah, that was what I wanted to confirm. Where was that? This is yours, and we changed it. And now let's. Now, if I have your.
Actually, you have already copied it. I guess if you will paste directly.
Yep. Now I'll put it here. Oh, come on.
I guess you need to copy it again from the chat box. Okay, I clicked on the read only as well. Yeah.
Okay, now it should be fine. Okay, now it should be, you should receive an email from process 7521.
Yeah, I received.
Okay, so it means if you want to copy it, fine, but use the same elements from the working workflow. Otherwise, it's nice debugging, but not really needed. Okay, so Rohan's workflow should also work. Who else is facing problems?
Yeah, Gil, actually it is not resolved from my side. What I need to be replaced or what I need to be add.
Who is with this?
Parveen.
Parveen, what we saw that it was reaching the end of your workflow.
But email is not working.
Okay. Now let's open it to the crowd. Do you want me to go on each and every workflow here and check the Gmail? I can do that, but we are now almost out of time for the training. I don't know what to tell you here, because if you are using the you know what, let's do I'll check your one, Praveen, and then you can follow it from it, because otherwise we will be here until midnight. And let's see, this is Rohan. I'm done with your workflow. This is done. This is mine. This is mine as well. Don't need that. Which one?
First one.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see what we have here. Going here, and from email to email, and from name to okay. Nothing here. Nothing here. Let's try it again. Now let me copy. Where's your email? Oh, got it. This one, and this one, and this one. That's fine. This is fine as well. Now I have it, and let's allocate it to 5. It's the email. It's fine. So did you get an email from the system?
Wait, I'm checking. Yes, I got the mail.
So this is the same thing we've done previously, Praveen. There's no delta in what we've done. So how come you cannot get the email? I don't understand.
Okay.
Still for me.
Actually, I select in account review myself operator 5.
Doesn't matter.
Or
It doesn't matter.
local. It doesn't matter in local preview also.
No, it doesn't matter because there's no problem here.
Okay.
And if it reached, you know what? Let me close this. And this is your workflow. Let me stop sharing. Do it from your side. Let's see if there's a delta. No, run a new process lab. Let's see it from scratch.
Okay. Here I selected lab operator 5.
Okay. And
Then
can you fetch it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
now,
far, no changes. Okay, click on the service request building. Yeah. Okay, here's your information. Click on the workflow tab next to out now. Click on the workflow.
yeah, that's
No, that's impossible. That's impossible. I don't understand what's going on. We didn't change
Gil,
anything.
this is happening with me also.
Yeah, same with me. Even I'm
no,
also getting the same.
Majority is facing the same issue.
So it's something to do with the SMTP. It cannot be a workflow issue because you saw, Parveen, we are running the same workflow, right?
yeah.
Maybe because I'm running it from my side.
Yeah,
Gil,
just
it
like
could
They
be that
may,
the permission issue that you
Hmm?
are admin or something like that.
Yeah, but we are all global admins.
maybe your system.
I'm just assuming.
No.
Maybe some firewall issue. Maybe it could be the possibility.
It could be, but I think we should put that aside because it's not a Cora sequence configuration issue. This is something beyond Cora sequence. And
The flow is working fine.
you know what?
Gil,
There is no doubt. Yeah.
You know what? Let's Parveen, try to run. Let's see if that is the case. Try to run, go to the admin page and locate my workflow with the email activity. No, it's not in your workflow. It will be here, right? No, where's your main page, the admin page?
Okay.
Yeah. Now search for go to my tab there, Gil. Or from here, whatever you want. Go to my folder, yeah, Gil. Or simply, no, click email. Write email inside the search.
Sorry.
Email in the search box. Write email in the search box.
Email.
Email, yeah.
Your email.
No, the word email. I'm trying to find that workflow. Yeah. That will be email activity. and simply, let's see if you have the, do we have your email inside? Did we check? Did we do a check to your email?
Yeah.
Let me just confirm that. 1 second. Let's see what we have inside. Recipients and edit them. Pallavi, Prashant, Amitesh, Jagadish. No, you're not inside. So let me add you.
Okay.
Let me add your workflow, your email. How do I get that in the chat window? Praveen. There you are. 432. Okay, Control C that. Control V that, and click on OK. And click on Finish. And now I would ask you to run this workflow in Process Lab.
This one also. This one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if the system is sending emails when you are. No, you're not. Okay, so
No.
it's something to do with your setup there. That is really strange.
Hey, Gil, leave it. We can proceed further.
Yeah, it's not sending it from your side. Why is that? SendGrid is configured on the server. If I try to run it in Process Lab, you tell me what happens. I guess it will work. Yeah, so some of you should have got, yeah, I got it as well, so it's working from my side. Okay, I don't know what to tell you about that, but at least the email part of the system cannot be tested like that. So we will leave that aside. But other than that, the other parts of the workflow have been working properly. What time do we have here? Now it's almost 5:30 p.m. your time, right?
5:27.
Yeah.
No, this is 2 p.m. my side, so it's 5:30 p.m. your side. I think that we can conclude here that apart from the email issue, the workflow is flowing properly. That's what I can tell you. It's really strange. Why is it not working from your side? Because we are all pointing to the same workflow, but I guess it is coming out of your network. Something in the network.
Most probably the firewall issue, Gil.
Yeah, looks like that. Let's take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break and then see what we can add to today. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so we'll see you in 10 minutes. Yeah, so as I was saying, beside the fact that we cannot, well, I can, but you cannot send the email to the customer, I think all of this route has been completed. And apart from that, I just want to confirm that all of you can run the workflow from start to end, at least to the part of the email. Is that correct?
Yes, Gil.
Yeah, Gil.
Okay, so there are a few bumps in the road I saw from the screen sharing. Some of the tasks, messaging, message routing is not configured properly in terms of queue mode. But besides that, I think the big picture is there. So let's cover a few more things before we conclude today. And I want to cover, I want to go over the things that we already encountered in the flow time. And that will lead me to another topic about the workflow staging. And then, because tomorrow we don't have a session, we conclude the training next Monday, but I do want to give you some of the exercises from the guide so you can do it on your own tomorrow. And for that, I want to make sure that you know how to walk about in terms of the workflow deployment. So let's start. I'm sharing my screen. Yes, I am. I will go over here. So from the user perspective, and you saw that, you know, in the last 4 days, we are spending almost all of our time inside the admin and working with Process Lab, because that is the realm of the developer. And basically, by running workflows in Process Lab, you basically simulate flow time. But just a quick recap on what we covered so far. So this is the main page of the flow time. From here, any workflows that you have permission to run will appear over here, and you can search for an individual workflow and run its process from here. So this is the new processes tab. We also saw the my task options, okay, which have the process task, and there's a whole list of additional lines here which are related to hot operation solutions. So we're going to leave that to day 5, but we focused here on the process task that you are seeing, and all the tasks here, open and completed, are here because my user is part of groups which are receiving these tasks. Okay, so this is why we have here entries from my workflow and from your workflows as well. We used it a little bit. We opened the tasks from here. We have several options from here which are quite straightforward. I won't stop on it right now. And we also did some sorting of the table, because some of you said that you can see your last workflows or your last instances. So it required a little bit of tweaking of the sorting of the columns, and I'm sorting it by the received column from new to old. What else did we saw here? Yeah, from the notifications, we have the messages which are coming from workflows. Okay, so we saw that today when we configured the notify employee message. If it's working properly, then you should get your messages as well over here under notifications. And under processes, I can take a look on all the processes which means my user has started. And if I want to search the entire library of cases or instances, then I can go to active processes and fine tune it with my specific workflow. Or let's do like this. Okay, so I can check out all the active processes from a specific workflow. Now we are all able to see this because we all have the administrator role in our runtime permissions of the workflows. Okay, so now you see it all connected. One thing that I want to show here under processes I started is that you can nicely follow the progress of a certain process, and you can see how much of it has been completed and where exactly am I in the processes that have been started and at which stage. This is something that we were going to add right now. This is a very useful feature that allows even the individual user and of course a team leader which is looking at his work or can look at his work to see the progress of every individual and to see where exactly our cases may be stuck or maybe waiting for a response for a longer period of time, depending on the percentage of them that has been completed. So this will be the next assignment. So let's see how we can add this staging activity to our workflows. Any questions before I continue? Let's close this, leave this, close this. Okay, so when I access my workflow on the workflow properties, I have here this stage set configuration. Okay, so let's open that and see what we have here. This is I want to make sure that we are all in the same stage here or in the same place here. Just give me a confirmation.
Yes, good.
Okay, so stages are global resources. So I can use stage mechanisms that have been created by other people, by other users. Of course, for the sake of the exercise, we will each create a new set of stages. So we will need to identify it, and let's call it okay, service request, then my first name, and then today's date, so we know where we are. Okay, so this is the name of the set stage. And then I'm going to create stages which divides my workflow into like logical stops. Okay, so I'll start configuring it and you will see the logic becoming visible. So the first stage will be simply new request. Visible and skipped, the information about it is in the exercise itself, so I will let you go over it on your own. But in a nutshell, we have the ability to decide whether we want to show the entire, to show all the stages in the progress bar, or do we want to skip specific stages in specific situations. For example, if I'm running the workflow and I've clicked on high priority and it moved to the technical manager for approval, but the technical manager didn't approve it, it went to the end of the workflow. So I don't want the other stages to be visible during the process of that workflow. I want to jump immediately to the end. So basically, I want the ability to skip several stages. So the first stage of the workflow is the new request or handling the new request. And I can estimate that from the overall process time of this workflow, this will take about 10% of the time. And I'm being very generous here. Okay, so this is my first line. This is the first stage of the workflow. Next, I'm going to add another stage, which will represent the approval stage.
Gil, how
Yeah.
to reach that stage content?
How do you
Define, no, how to reach this define workflow stage set? How to reach
you
from where?
stand, yeah, you stand, let's click OK and save it. I can always go back to it. So from the workflow itself, from the canvas, from the workflow properties, click on stage set, this one under miscellaneous.
Okay, right side. Okay.
Now let's look for mine. This one. Oh, you. Ah, come on. You keep adding, so now I think I got it. Okay, so the approval part or the approval stage takes more time because there's another person involved here. So I'm going to say that once the workflow is being approved, roughly 30% of the job has been done. Then I need to add another stage for review. And that will be roughly 50% of the job in the flow. Another part will be allocation. And if I reached here, then about 70% of the job has been done. And then after I allocated the work and the work has been completed, I will be in the completed stage. And that, of course, is 100%.
We can add the billing as well, I guess.
Well, I'm putting allocation between allocation and completed. Two things will happen. The employee will take care of the request and the customer will be notified. But this is only the way I like divide my workflow. Anyone can divide it according to whatever logic is relevant for him or for the customers. Okay, so this is my stage set. It's called Service Request Guild 25th of November, and it has 5 stages. Okay, so this is the building block. I've added this. I added the ability to use this stage set for my workflow, or anyone else can also use it for his or hers workflow. Now the trick is to place these stops inside the workflow. So I want to click on OK here, but I want to hear from you that you also have these stages set.
Yes.
Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, let me know that I can proceed.
Yeah, get it.
Okay, so I will simply click OK, and I know that this stage set is part of my global configuration. thinking, and I have it here, service request kill. Okay. Did I click it? Yeah. Okay, so now graphically speaking, I want to represent these stages in my canvas or on the canvas. So let me arrange it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do some changes here. So I will move you over here. And I will take this a little bit up. And do like this. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's remove the link between the start and the service request container. Removed and okay. And now in my swim lane or wherever you find it nice, I will add a, where are you hiding? I think here. Yes, under the server side box of activities, insert one set stage activity. There you are. I will place it nicely next to the service request container. I will place the start over here and I will link the start to the set stage and then to the service request container like this. Okay, let's align it a little bit. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so this is set stage 1, and the set stage is simply set the defined stage to a workflow instance. Quite straightforward. All I need to configure here is the connection to a certain set stage configuration. So I double click on set stage 1. I leave the name. This is the only place I leave the name as is because I want to see the numbering of the stages in front of me. So set stage 1 will be connected to a set stage from a list. And how do I get these options? These are the options which I have in my set stage, which I've created in my workflow. So I'm going to select the first stage, which is new request. I will leave, make sure that you have the set stage from list selected. And then I click on finish. And that's it basically. Okay. So the first step is completed. Let me know that you also have it.
Please wait.
Okay, so let me proceed.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
Can you?
Yes, please wait. Don't.
Okay,
Can
so
you show us again the set stage activity?
Let me repeat again. First of all, you see, I have the name of my set stage written here under the workflow properties. So it is associated to my workflow. And then I went and added from the server side box of activities, I added the set stage activity. I placed it between the start and the service request container. I connected it accordingly. And in the configuration, I pointed it to the first stage of my configuration, which is new request. And now I will confirm that you have that as well.
Yes.
In the meantime, I'm going to play and move these a little bit. like this. And I will ask you if I can continue to set stage 2. Can I?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the next thing to do is to set the stage of approval. And for that, we're going to jump into the service request container. And the approval takes place, or let's say I move to the approval stage after I filled out the service request details form. So I want to place it over here between the service request details form and the high priority check. So I will remove the link, the existing link between these two activities. And I will move the activity a little bit to the right. Like this, and I will add a set stage to the canvas. Sometime today, hopefully. There you are. Set stage 2 is here. Let's place it and then link it back to the workflow from the service request details form to set stage 2 to the high priority using the quick bind.
It's from service request detail to set state to then high priority check.
Is what? Sorry?
Direction from the service request detail from high priority check.
Yeah, like you see here, from service request details through the set stage and then down to the high priority check.
Yeah.
Okay, so the flow is still there. Now for set stage 2, I think you get the logic here. I'm going to associate it with
Gil, I guess you should. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
This
Okay.
will be the approval stage. So at this situation, I'm finished with the new request and now I'm moved to the approval stage. And I click on finish. Okay. Looks okay. I can leave it as is. Okay, so now the route is from the start of the container to the service request details form. I have a stop in the set stage 2, and then it continues as usual. Let's move to set stage 3. Set stage 3, I want to place it. It represents the beginning of the reviews section, so it will be between these two containers, between service request and reviews. So let's make some space over here. And I will remove the link between these two containers. It will be removed. Okay, I'm going to place another set stage on the canvas. This will be number 3. You will be placed somewhere here, and then I connect service request container to set stage 3 and to reviews. And let's see that it all makes sense. Yeah, okay, so I have the Okay, I have it connected. Set stage 3 will be marking the beginning of the review stage. So I'm going to connect it by double clicking on it. Clicking on next and I click on next. Hope so. Okay, and now this will be connected to the review stage and finish. Okay.
Please hold for a second, actually, just implementing.
Fourth one, let's see, put the fourth one to, okay, so you will be.
Egil, what you have selected in stage 3?
The stage is reviews or review,
Reviews.
whatever you call it. Can I move to stage 4?
No, Gil, just wait. Actually, it is taking time. When I click on the finish, it takes some time. I don't know why.
Right, same for
Well,
me.
Yeah, same for me. It's same for me as well. We have a, when everyone is trying to execute at the same time, then he has some,
Hey, Gil,
yeah.
one pop-up is showing on the screen like cannot read properties of null. Reading single quotes $. What is this?
Okay, if you close it and
When
try to do.
when I'm just setting the stage.
Do you have a set stage connected to you? Let's see.
I'm sharing.
I've stopped sharing. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah, this is.
Okay, click on OK and try to finish this. Okay, now let's go back to the, where is set stage 2? Set stage 2 is inside the service request container. Let's confirm, let's open the service request container and click on it and see what is configured there. Approval, no, it should be the next one. Okay, you have it. Approval should be before reviews, but on your on the set stage itself, click on cancel here. Yeah, and go to the set stage on the right under miscellaneous. Yeah, let's see what you have there. Let's see the order. Click on edit. New request review approval. Okay, so stand on review. Okay. You see, you need to swap the names. So the second one should be approval and the third one should be review.
Right?
Yeah, but now notice the percentage. So this one needs to be 30 and the
30.
next one should be, and this will be 50, yeah.
50, yeah, done.
Now it makes sense. Okay, click on OK. And now let's confirm the allocation again inside the set stages. Yeah, click on OK here as well.
Okay.
Now let's double click on set stage 2 and make sure that it is pointing to approval.
Yeah.
Okay, and set stage 3 is pointing to reviews.
Okay. This pop-up is coming.
Reading dollar, what's that? Okay, click on OK. And let's see what it wants. Let's see set stage 3. If you have it on everyone, let's see. Okay, that's review. Okay, open that. Open the drop down. Let's see what we have there. If we have this the correct. Oh, this is the correct order. Okay. So fine. Finish this. I don't know what he wants. That's crazy. And service request. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if you have it on set stage 4.
One is the new request.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I guess it'll pop up again now. Cannot read properties. Why can't you read the properties? Stage 1, that's okay. To stage 2, and then 3, and then reviews. And you have the set stage connected under miscellaneous. Okay, let's see if it continues. Let's see if I never saw that message before, but let's see that after we finish utilizing these stages.
Yeah, leave it.
But it actually works properly.
Monitor, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so back to business over here. We are in stage 4. Stage 4 is between Stage 4 is between the reviews container and the request execution container. So I made some space over here. I will add a set stage. This is number 4. I will be placing it here, connecting the reviews container to set stage 4 and then to the request execution container. Okay, and I will connect set stage 4 with the process stage called allocation and finish it. Okay, and we are ready for stage 5. Just let me know you have it on your side.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm moving to stage 5. Now, stage 5 represents the end of the workflow. So it should be after the last activity. So I'm placing it between the subflow billing information and the end of container 3. So let's remove this link. And wait for it to be removed. Add set stage 5. And place it nicely here. Connecting billing information to set stage 5 and then to end container 3. We have connectivity, and then finally set stage 5 to connect to the completed stage. And we're done. Okay. Let me know that you have all 5 stages in place.
It is taking time, Gil. Just wait.
Yeah, I know. From my side as well.
Can you show me the fifth one? Binding, I want to see binding.
Which one?
Stage 5.
Stage 5 is inside the request execution container at the end of between the end container and the billing information. Basically marking the spot of a completed workflow. And if you have all the pieces in place, since we started this exercise from the flow time, then let's give it the proper.
Wait for 1 minute.
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so I'm going to look at it from the eyes of the end users because it's more relevant there. It also appears in Process Lab, but it's dedicated for the end users. So I will run my workflow. If I can find it in this maze of workflows, this one, service request guild. Okay, so let's see if it has been added properly. Now I have a nice progress bar here above the workflow, above the forms. I'm now in the new request stage. I will enter a request. Should be done in 2 days. This is 90. Check stages. Yes, please. And I click on high priority and I click on submit. Now you see the progress. The workflow now is in the approval stage. Okay, I will fetch this task and I will approve it. Okay, now I'm in the review stage. I will approve this as well. Okay, you see I'm still in the reviews stage because there's one more review to perform. I've done the accounting. Let's do this one. Let's see if it allows me. Yeah. I'm also reviewing from the local purchasing point of view, and now it is in the allocation stage. Now I'm going to stop the work, not stop, but I'm going to get out of this process, 7543. And now if I look from a higher level, okay, I see that this workflow I see the progress of this workflow. I know that 70% of the work has roughly been completed. I know where the stage is, and imagine that you have dozens of such cases. This is a very quick way to identify if you have bottlenecks in your flow. Maybe workflows are stuck or waiting in line in specific locations. So it might be that that team is having some problems, maybe too much work or something like that. So that can easily assist you along the way. And of course, if I am opening this activity, okay, I'm in the allocation part. So I will grab it. This is allocate employee. Let's allocate myself and click on submit. And now I have it in completed. Of course, it's no longer here. It will be here in completed. Okay, so that's staging. And how do I know if you have it also? I can go to active processes. and
Nikhil,
look
I'm not
for-
able to see the completed column in the task. Process task screen, I'm not able to see the completed column.
What do you mean here in the?
Because actually you
No, no,
the mail,
after,
because
please
of
click
that
on process
mail.
tasks.
In the flow time
Okay.
or in process
In
level?
flow
What?
time, in flow time. In flow time.
You don't have this?
No, I'm just checking in open.
And you
Yeah,
don't have
here.
completed option?
No, no, I have this completed option, but
Oh,
I'm not able to see the column, completed column in this below table. Where is the column subject, process name, from, received, stage?
okay. So you don't have the stage column here?
No, no, I have the stage, but there is no completed column where I am seeing the, where
Let's
we
see,
can
let-
monitor
let-
the progress.
Let's see what you see.
Yeah, let me see here.
Okay, so
Where is the bar means?
the bars are
column.
not here. They are not under the process task. The process task would only show you the stage. If you want to see the actual progress, go to on the left side. You have under the notification icon.
Here.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. One icon below it is processes. Click on that. Select processes I started.
Okay, okay, yes.
And now let's see, did you click on processes I started? Yeah, there you have it.
Yeah,
and,
here started.
And there you
Yeah,
have
this
the
one.
progress bar. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So that was stages in a nutshell. Wow, today I have to have a full stop 5 minutes from now. Yeah, 5 minutes from now. So let's conclude for today and see what we've done. I'm looking at it from the exercise numbering perspective. We started the day here in 13, and we finished exercise 13, and we did the allocate and notify employee, and we did sub workflow with email activity. Not so successful, I have to say, but you did saw the outcome of.
Hey Gil, we are not
7,
able
yeah.
to see the screen.
Oh, that's because I'm not sharing. Yeah. Okay. So we started here, finished exercise 13, went over 14 and 15 and 16, except for this go-to activity, which I will leave for you to do and explore on your own tomorrow. I will give you some homework to do. So when we come to day 5, On day 5, I want to start the day with exercise 22, which is troubleshooting. And I want to do exercise 25, analytics, and hot operations 29. And 26, 27 are connected, so we'll do that as well. So we have a good bunch of exercises to cover on day 5, which means that some of the work will be, I'll give you as homework. So what you have as homework is in exercise 16, check out the go-to activity. This activity will let you jump from one activity to the other, even if they're not connected to each other. So you can skip a few activities. This will be useful when we perform advanced configuration of stages and we wanted to jump above certain stages as we progress differently in the workflow. Workflow documentation, you can go over it as well. It's simply a few buttons there, which create the workflow documentation. Click on it and see what it does. One-click action, also you can go and review it. It also involves the ability to send a task by email, basically receiving this kind of email, okay, with the task information, and the user has the ability to approve or decline the task from the email itself. Okay, we will see that since you have issues with the SMTP. No, you can send it to yourself. I send it to my, no, I'll have to demonstrate that. Okay, so, but review the, where is it? Review the stages or how to configure it, one-click action. Social BPM is the options we have in flow time to send comments, ask questions within open cases, like sharing information socially in order to progress in a certain case. So that is also, you can go over that as well. Dynamic task rerouting involves the assigning and reassigning and returning tasks in flow time. Okay, so it's also something you can cover. Workflow deployment and monitoring. This is important. Spend some time exploring that. We were practicing that along the week. I was creating copies of my workflow and spreading it to you people. So I was using this option of create a copy of this workflow. The exercise itself covers all the other options, so go over that as well. And of course, gather questions for Monday. And what else? Troubleshooting we'll do together. Web service, a consumer that we might not have time to do that. And then all of the rest we will cover together. So you have a bunch of exercises here that you can follow. They do not involve any additional configuration, so you can go over the content. I will, you know what? I will give you 23 as well. Try to handle exercise 23 as well, and see what you get from there. Okay, so I will be sending it in an email to everyone, including the recordings of today and yesterday. I'm sorry that I have to run, but I thank you for your time this week. I wish you a good weekend, and we will see you on the other side of the week.
Yeah,
Gil.
Gil, just
Thank
share
you.
the mail with our managers as well.
Yeah, they're in CC, so they can forward it to you in case you still don't have your emails. Fine, will do. Okay.
Gil, one thing.
Yeah.
Will you send this document so that because first 2 days I have missed out, so I joined in the middle.
Do you?
So just I'm able to understand the things what I have joined.
You mean this guide, this PDF guide? Okay,
Yeah,
Rama, do you have an active Genpact mail?
Not Genpact, my personal email ID. Still it's not generated because hospital has joined.
So how can I cannot send it to Gmail.
Not personal?
No, I cannot send an attachment from my personal mail to a Gmail account. But I showed it yesterday. Where was it? Let's open it quickly. If you have access to Genome, do you have access to Genome?
I'm not sure. For that one also there is a username and password, right?
Yeah, but this is something global in Genpact. So if you have access to Genome, you can have access to this learning path. You will have access to this file, and the PDF is basically broken down over here. Hands-on, everywhere you see hands-on exercises, this is basically this big guide divided into sectors, okay? But I will send it again. Who is your direct manager, Rama?
Animesh.
Who? Animesh. Okay, so I will send him a mail with this guide, and he will. I think he can forward that to you. But this you should be able to reach it from here.
Okay.
If you have access to Genome, then you can reach it from here. Okay. So
Genome. Can you please share the Genome? I want to try whether I'm having access to the Genome or not.
Yeah, Genome.
I have shared in the chat.
Okay, okay, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. So see you on Monday.
Okay. So tomorrow is off.
Tomorrow is off. Yeah, we continue on Monday.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye. Happy weekend.
Thank